Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting for Wednesday, September the 16th. I'll call the meeting to order. First off, we need the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Parry, would you mind leading us, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice. May we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
Here.
Commissioner Fresco.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Newbold.
Here.
Commissioner Perry.
Here.
Chair McKinnon.
Present. Item 4, the Planning Director's report.
Good evening, Commission. Wanted to announce first that next month, October, is National Planning Month. So we are going to have a proclamation at the October 13th City Council meeting, and also a small event in the lobby. That, and then, in addition to that, there'll be a few features on citywide TV featuring planning issues and showing some of the work that the Planning Commission and Planning Department have done. So again, that's next month, and October 13th is the main date to keep in mind. Coming up on the Planning Commission's agenda, October 7th, there's a couple of track maps for a condo on 20th Street, a parking variance on Oceanfront Walk, and then on the 21st, we have a CUP for the expansion of Truxton's, a DA amendment at 530 Pico, which is the La Meridian Hotel, and then also a development review permit and variance for the office building at 1919 Santa Monica to convert some general office to medical office. So those are the two meetings coming up in October. And then for City Council at the end of this month on September 29th, the Georgian Hotel appeal is going. And then on October 13th, the two development agreements that the Planning Commission recently saw, the 1415 Fifth and Denny's, are both going to City Council. And then for community meetings, September 21st, there's a meeting at the Ken Edwards Center about the future of the pier, and that's at 6:30. And then finally, I wanted to announce that Brad Meisner is leaving the city. He's resigned, and tomorrow is his last day. But I wanted to mention it to the Commission. Brad's done a lot of great work. Been with the city 17 years combined. So it's a big loss for us, but we wish him well and thank him for all his hard work.
And Mr. Martin, I think on behalf of the Commission and all the Commissioners who are here during the now extremely lengthy but distant zoning update procedure, we'd like to thank Brad for all the work that he put in and the commitment he gave to both us and to the city and to get it done. So if you could convey our thanks, and that would be a tremendous thing.
Yeah, I would
wish him well.
I would say the zoning team is in deep mourning.
The difficult thing is what became clear through that process is how much institutional memory is important. And when Brad leaves, we lose a great deal of institutional memory, which would be of great assistance going forward. Anyway, things move on. Mr. Martin, I had a question. The downtown specific plan, could you indicate to us when tentatively it's likely to start?
Yeah, we have it currently scheduled for the beginning of November. So I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but we have two meetings scheduled. I think it's the first week in November, and then a follow-up meeting the following Wednesday. So our plan now is to bring that to the Commission for discussion. It's not your final review, and it's not a point where you'd be making recommendations to City Council, but it's your chance to start to review the plan, and then it will come back to you sometime early next year for your final review and recommendation before it goes on to Council. Our goal at this point is to get it adopted by the end of June 2016.
Commission, that means 6 weeks to read it. It's quite a long document. Item 5, Planning Commissioner announcements. Do any Planning Commissioners have announcements? We have no approval of minutes and no statements of official action. That leads us to item 8A, Development Agreement 12001, 1601 Lincoln Boulevard. Could I have the report from the Planning Department from Mr. Sakaris, please?
Thank you. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. The item I'm presenting to you tonight is a development agreement for a 4-story consisting of ground floor commercial and 90 residential units. The site's located on the southeast corner of Lincoln Boulevard and Colorado Avenue. It's just over 33,000 square feet in size and is the former site of Norm's Diner. All the existing structure, or all the structures, I should say, have been demolished and the site's over now. And diagonally across the intersection is the Denny site at 1560 Lincoln, which the Planning Commission just recently considered and recommended and supported a DA proposal for a 5-story, 100-unit project at that location. And also the Expo line route runs along Colorado Avenue with the line's terminus less than 1/2 mile away to the west of the site. The site is split between the mixed-use boulevard and the mixed-use boulevard low zoning and loose designations. Also, the mixed-use boulevard portion of the site is within the downtown specific plan area. Inclusion of the rear portion of the property into the downtown specific plan area is being contemplated as part of the preparation of the plan. In being a development agreement, the project does not have to comply with the zoning ordinance requirements. However, consistency with loose and any specific plans is required. Seeing that the downtown specific plan is not yet adopted, when staff reviewed this proposal, it looked at the property as a whole as one development site within the DSP area for project consistency with respect to certain standards such as building design, sidewalk width, parking, and building frontage requirements to inform more of a unified and integrated project between the two structures. However, any applicable loose standards such as building height and FAR for each of the loose designations were held in higher priority to ensure that the DA remained consistent with the general plan. A background as to what happened in the DA process up to now, you can see that the requisite community meetings and float-ups have occurred since 2012. After a consideration by the Planning Commission, it will be scheduled to go to City Council and then to ARB for its formal review. The previous project design that was presented to the Planning Commission during the float-up process is shown in the upper right corner. Some of the design, or not some, the design comments received by the Planning Commission at that meeting were the removal of the curb cut on Lincoln Boulevard, took the consideration of the reduction in the amount of building cantilever by providing additional step backs on the upper floors, to provide more articulation by breaking up long wall planes on both the upper and the ground floor levels. And one planning commissioner suggested considering to remove the upper corner unit of the project. The Planning Commission also asked to give particular attention to design and landscaping of the public realm area in the driveway entering from Colorado Avenue. Additional ground floor space was discussed to achieve compliance with the draft standards that are in the downtown specific plan. There were concerns raised about the large size of the commercial space and the ability to subdivide it in a manner to make it marketable and to promote smaller neighborhood serving uses. And lastly, the Planning Commission expressed its desire to remove the pedestrian bridges along the upper floors that serve to connect the two structures. With respect to the community benefits discussed at the float up, Planning Commission requested a deeper affordability mix to explore unbundled parking, the standard TDM plan measures for vehicle trip reduction. At that time, a LEED Gold equivalent was mentioned, and also contributions were discussed for historic preservation programs. This proposed Colorado Avenue elevation shows the different loose zoning and DSP designations across the property. On the left is the mixed-use boulevard low, and on the right is the mixed-use boulevard and the downtown specific plan site. The east portion consists of a 47-foot high building with an FAR of 1.95. The west portion is a 57-foot building with an FAR of 2.63. Each building complies with the respective loose standards for each designation. On the west side, the loose allows for an increase in height from 55 up to 60 feet with the corresponding decrease in floor area for the upper level. And the project as proposed does provide the corresponding decrease for the additional 2 feet that's being requested above 55 feet. When comparing the proposal with what would be allowed under Tier 2 standards in the current zoning ordinance, the project is seeking 11 additional feet in height and a 0.2 FAR for the mixed-use boulevard low portion, and 7 additional feet in building height and 0.38 FAR for the mixed-use boulevard portion of the site. As one overall site, the project contains just under 78,000 square feet and has an overall floor area ratio of 2.34. The project consists of 90 residential units, 17 studio, 46 one-bedroom, 18 two-bedroom, and 9 three-bedroom units, resulting in an average bedroom factor of 1.21. Off-street parking is provided in 2 levels of subterranean parking, providing 168 spaces. And there are 161 bicycle spaces that are made up of 24 short-term spaces around the perimeter of the site, as well as 137 long-term spaces, showers, and locker facilities in the subterranean garage. This image of the Lincoln Boulevard elevation shows the contemporary design of the building and the cantilevered upper floors to provide differentiation from the ground level. You can see the geometric designs accentuating the balconies, and the new corner element is highlighted with a defined prominent floating element. You can also note in this elevation that the cantilevering of the upper floors has been reduced from the previous design to address the Planning Commission's comment at float up. The ground floor commercial space is designed in compliance with the pedestrian-oriented and active design standards for the commercial frontages. And at the corner, the ground floor frontage opens up to a 1,200 square foot plaza underneath the corner element for seating and gathering. The plaza provides approximately 25 feet of vertical clearance for an open and unconfined open space setting. The ground floor of the east building consists of one-bedroom loft-style units designed in compliance with the pedestrian-oriented design standards of the zoning ordinance for residential uses on the ground floor. And the 2 buildings are separated by a driveway that leads to the subterranean parking garage. A roof deck is proposed on top of the east building, which is partially covered with a solar panel integrated canopy feature. And open pedestrian bridges are set back approximately 42 feet from the curb line, and they provide upper level access between the 2 buildings. The bridges were retained in the project design to unify the access and exiting requirements of the building code, and for the consideration of the project as one building, and also for ease and accessibility to the features of both buildings by residents of both buildings, such as the roof deck in the east building and the second level residential courtyard in the west building. This ground floor plan shows 20-foot wide sidewalks along both street frontages, consistent with the draft downtown specific plan, to provide for pedestrian circulation, bike parking, and outdoor seating. You can see the ground floor commercial space highlighted here in blue, and it provides pedestrian access opportunities from both street frontages as well as both edges of the outdoor plaza. The outdoor plaza is designed, as I mentioned, for ground floor open space, and also offers a private residential access stairway to the upper level floors via secured access point. In going back to the ground floor plan, improvements were made to the driveway as suggested by the Planning Commission to activate the area by widening the circulation paths, introducing landscaping and bicycle racks. Additionally, the residential lobby to the west building is located here, as is the residential access to the ground floor units of the east building. The proposed curb cut was removed from Lincoln Boulevard, also as suggested by the Planning Commission, so vehicular access now is from Colorado Avenue, where due to the existence of the Expo line, only right turns in and out of the site are feasible. This second floor plan shows the residential units continuing up in the upper levels. The residential courtyard is shown here in blue, and it includes a lap pool, cabana, barbecue, seating areas, and a yoga deck. This rendering here illustrates the courtyard area facing Colorado Avenue to the north, and also highlights the single loaded corridors along the upper floors to encourage light and ventilation inside the building. The fifth floor plan here shows the residential units in the west building and the roof deck up atop the east building, and the extent of the solar canopy coverage is shown here in red. So as part of the development agreement negotiations, community benefits are provided in exchange for the additional building height and floor area ratio and other exceptions from the zoning ordinance. The benefits proposed as part of this project include 10% additional affordable housing above the base requirements. The applicant is proposing 20% of the units to be affordable, with 15% affordable to very low income and 5% affordable to low income. The proposed average bedroom factor for the affordable units is 1.28, which exceeds the 1.21 for the overall project. Also, development fees are provided at an increased rate of 35% above the base rate for the portion of the project above Tier 1 standards. And you can see the fees and contributions identified in this slide. Expanded sidewalks and outdoor public space are provided. Contributions are also proposed for stormwater runoff and water conservation programs due to the infeasibility of the project to provide a gray water or bioswale system. The project will be achieving a LEED for Homes Platinum certification, and sufficient solar panels will be provided to maximize the available roof area to power the common building areas and heat the pool. Non-potable water will be used for exterior landscaping, and interior water usage will be a 30% reduction below Cal Green baseline standards. And also electric infrastructure for electric vehicle parking will be provided in the subterranean garage. All the typical TDM measures that the Planning Commission is familiar with will be included for trip reduction. 15 shared parking spaces shall be reserved in the garage for future city use, and the standard local hiring provisions are also included in the benefits package. An economic analysis was prepared by Kaiser Marston and Associates, which showed the value enhancement of the site due to the Tier 3 project in comparison to a Tier 1 project of $4.9 million. And the annual cost to the city would be projected to be $6,000 annually. In looking at how the project fits with the loose zoning ordinance and the downtown specific plan, as I mentioned, the project is consistent with loose. The standards of the zoning ordinance that the project does not comply with include building height and FAR, as I mentioned. And there's also the building frontage requirements that are not satisfied. But the reason for deviation from this standard is to accommodate the ground floor open plaza at the corner. In the staff report, it mentions that residential private open space is non-compliant with the zoning ordinance. However, that was due to some figures in the plans that didn't include the ground floor open space for the ground floor units in the east building. When you factor the private open space in for those units, it increases the average up to 63 square feet, and the project then is in compliance with the zoning ordinance. And lastly, the project does not comply with the building frontage requirements of the draft downtown specific plan, and that is also related to the to allow for the corner plaza. So as part of the Planning Commission's review tonight, the Planning Commission is asked to determine whether the design and site are compatible with the neighborhood, whether the development agreement is in conformity with good land use practices, whether the project and the community benefits are appropriate and consistent with loose, and to determine whether the project is consistent with the draft downtown specific plan. And I've outlined here some potential actions that the Planning Commission may consider, one being recommending support of the project to City Council, continuing the discussion for further analysis, or recommending to City Council that the city not enter into the development agreement. And this is a blank slide. And that concludes my presentation. Just to add, staff did receive 2 comments from the public. One was in support and one was in opposition to the proposal, but I'm available to for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sakaris. Very neat summary. Carl, could you turn, I think the timer on these things is not working at the moment. Commission, at this stage, if you've got questions of fact that you'd like to ask, that would be a good time to ask it. Save questions about policy and issues until after we hear from the applicant's team. Anybody? Thank you. So I will now ask the applicant or the applicant's team to come up. You have 15 minutes. I'm sure you won't need all of that, Mr. Rand.
Good evening, Commission. Dave Rand, Armbruster, Goldsmith, and Delback on behalf of the owner applicant, Century West Partners. First of all, I want to thank staff and Mr. Sakaris for an incredibly thorough presentation and for all your hard, diligent work on this project. We're very pleased to be here tonight before you. The project was submitted for application roughly 3.5 years ago. And we've been through quite a bit of process since then, community meetings, ARB float up, Planning Commission float up, and we have endeavored to listen to the decision makers and during the float up process and respond to the comments that we have heard, and changing things like eliminating the curb cut, stepping back the Lincoln facade, opening up the corner. We do believe we've made this a better project that's before you this evening. I believe the public benefits package are substantial as part of this project. 20% affordable housing and 15% of that being very low, without any moderate units, is a meaningful affordable housing offering. Will bring much needed affordable housing to the city. $2.4 million in fees for an overall benefits package valued at $8 million by the city's consultant, Kaiser Marston, is substantial in light of the figures that Mr. Sakaris showed, showing that the value of the entitlement per the KMA report was $4.9 million. So $3 million more in community benefits than the valuation of the entire entitlement based on the value enhancement. So we believe that is a very meaningful, substantial package that's being offered to the city with this project. So with no further ado, I'd like to introduce Michael Falonis, our architect, head of our design team, for a design presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rand. Mr. Falonis.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners.
Associate.
Thanks, staff, for a great staff report. I don't know what I have to offer after that one, but I'll try. First of all, I'll run through some of the renderings very quickly. The Lincoln rendering here, that we should perhaps by this commission we should perhaps remove the top unit on the corner of Lincoln and Colorado, and we took a slightly different position in eliminating the unit at the above the commercial, and we think it has helped tremendously opening up that space, providing some outdoor dining, whatever might occur in that space, and also the fire stair that leads its way down into the plaza space starts to animate the space as well. And we think that is a real benefit, and we listen to your comments and try to respond to them in an appropriate way. The open plaza between the two buildings, which is quite large, and the recreational space, which sits on top the commercial, is a result of some studies we did earlier before we put pen to paper on this project, to be sure that we got appropriate light and ventilation into these areas where we have all but 20% of all the units are single loaded corridor and have light and ventilation from both sides of the building, so front and back. There was a question about how our location in relationship to parks and other recreational facilities that the city has, and as you can see, there are a lot. The first circle from our site is a 1/4 mile, which is pretty easily walkable. The second circle is a 1/2 mile and almost catches Reed Park on the corner of Lincoln Boulevard and Wilshire. So it's nicely located. The biggest open space facility, of course, is the Ocean and Santa Monica High School and some of the other amenities around. Roof plan, so staff has pointed out pretty clearly that the mixed-use boulevard, 5 stories to your left, and the mixed boulevard low, 4 stories to your right. It used to be M1 and C4, and it's now mixed boulevard, as you can see. The community serving commercial space, we thought this was a very important image to show you, because there's a fair amount of paving, sidewalks, the little plaza in the front, our driveway into the project site, and then another walkway that leads into those two rear buildings in the mixed boulevard low area. And we think our landscape architect did a remarkable job in pulling together a pattern of colored concrete that will really visually pull those spaces together, I think, pretty nicely. And here you can see where it leads to the community serving commercial, the ground floor, along what should be noted along Lincoln Boulevard. The upper building, the residential building, has been pushed back an additional 5 feet. It almost feels in some way that the commercial has been pulled out, but it hasn't budged. But there's a sort of illusion that it has because the cantilever is reduced by 50%. And we think that'll be, that's also a good move, and that was suggested by this commission as well. Now we move to the recreational areas. The outdoor, some of it is a little more passive than others, some is a little more active than others. But the one that you see right in the middle of the image is the pool area with some cabanas, some sitting areas, and some landscape. And this is the drawing from the landscape architect. Also, you see that little appendage up there that sort of pops off to the upper right-hand corner. That's a lounge that is also incorporated in the linkage between the two buildings, one east and one west. And then you see the image here. You can also see the opening where the linkage occurs, and I'll talk a little more about that and why we didn't move that. So the third and the fourth floor are identical, and the fifth floor, you can see that a little lounge piece. And this is the fifth floor, so you can see to the right there's an open area divided into two pieces. They're about 750 square feet apiece, divided by some landscaping. So there's additional landscaping and paving up there. And the reason the bridges did not go away is because if they did, we would lose some of the units. Go back an image. We would lose some of those studio units on the ground floor and all the way up, because we'd have to put another fire stair for that separate building. We have one in the back, but we need another one, two means of egress, and we'd need another elevator of sorts, and trash chutes and trash area in the parking garage. So, you know, it's a delicate balance between these things. But the more significant issue is that the structural engineer said that if we do not connect these in a more substantial way, and she told us precisely what we were going to have to do, and this is exactly what we've done here, that these two buildings will react differently in a seismic condition. So therefore, unless you tie the floor diaphragms together at every level, we couldn't just do the bridges. It was not possible. We also talked to the fire department. They said that they wouldn't allow it. There's just no good reason to do it. It's a dangerous situation because in a seismic condition, we could lose a bridge or two, and that would be clearly disastrous. And then also there's a yoga room. So one of the units is missing. So there's a yoga room on the a deck on the fifth floor, which is open to the sky. And here's a slightly enlarged and a slightly more detailed version of the roof deck. It's in the upper, that's the upper drawing, and the one in the lower left-hand side is the deck for the yoga. Parking garage in the highlighted area is where the bicycle parking is gonna get located. And then about a third of the way over where you see residential security gate, there'll be a security gate right there, and that will divide the commercial parking from the residential parking. Maybe we should point to that. You see it? Okay. I'm colorblind. I can't see these things, so I need an assistant here. Parking, this P2 level, elevations, which are which you thought would be important for you to see. Now you can really begin to see the 4-story building on your left and the 5-story building on your right, the void at the street level, and then the east elevation, south facing elevation, cross section, and this is the longitudinal section to the building. Back to the renderings again. Answer any questions. Our landscape architects here to answer any questions, and our sustainable consultants here to answer any questions should you have any for us.
Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I want to make sure I understand what you said about the connections between the buildings. You're saying that the seismic issue doesn't really speak to whether there is any connection, because if there's no connection above the ground, then there's no seismic issue. It's only if there is a connection that it needs to be more substantial than just a narrow footbridge.
Correct.
Okay.
And if I may elaborate slightly on that, if it does become 2 buildings, then we have to put another fire stair in on the building to the left. We have to put in an elevator, trash chutes, and another fire stair on that side as well. And the only place that we can really get it, and we've looked at this pretty seriously, is to remove that one unit. I want to point to the unit, please. The unit that we would lose. The one that's just opposite the walkway. The one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Other commissioners. Commissioner.
So, yeah. You know, Mike, I've been very concerned in the past and continue to be about buildings that overhang the street and crowd the streets and visually impair our view of the streets. Are any parts of this building over the property line?
No.
Okay.
No decks, no, there's nothing over the property line. In fact, the building piece to the right of the stair that's coming down is literally set back 5 additional feet. The upper units are set back 5 additional feet from the property line, and all the commercial space, including the studios on the ground floor, is set back an additional 10 feet.
Okay. So when I look at that, those awnings that are on the far left side, are those on your property or are those over the city property?
Those are allowable projections into the setback.
Well, that's, I guess, where we part ways, because I've always felt that those allowable projections would be for things like awnings for pedestrians on the sidewalk or signs that can look up and down the street. When they get brought in as awnings to benefit the building, then they're taking public space and repurposing it for private use. So it's a concern of mine that we've talked about before, but let me ask you.
I wouldn't disagree, except that in this particular case, the first awning is about 40 feet above your head. This space in here is 15 feet. So it's more than twice the height of this space.
Okay. The other question I have is the amount of solar collectors that you have. Can you speak to that?
I will have our solar consultant, sustainable consultant, address that issue.
Good evening, John Zinner. What is your specific
So
question?
my question is, how many square feet of solar collectors are you proposing?
I'm not sure the square footage. I know it's 22 kilowatts.
Because that
capacity.
seems very weak to me. That seems like,
Or
a 1,000 square feet of solar
The
collectors.
DA sets a performance criteria that hasn't been examined yet in terms of how many square footage we need for the solar to be able to power the common area.
Okay, I'm
So
just...
this is a preliminary design. That calculation will be made and met.
Okay, thank you.
Just hold on a minute, Commissioner Kennedy, and then. Oh, is yours a follow-up? Yeah. Please. Yes. No?
Mr. Zinner, I think I might need you for this. So I get that you're just for now sizing it for the common areas, and I think I understand why you wouldn't why the owner or the developer might not want to size it to power all the units, because how do you pass on that cost? Is that really what?
I don't think you've got enough. Well, first of all, roof is serving multiple purposes. A lot of it's active space. This, roofs have now become something positive rather than just something you got to keep water from getting through. So there's a lot of trade-offs here. But also, I don't think there's enough roof space to power the whole building. I don't think the math would work.
Okay. If you could, though, do people do that? I mean, how does that
Mostly, well, it gets a little complicated in terms of how you meter the solar
Right.
and how you distribute it, and the units have their own meters, so they pay their own. So there's those issues. Not that you couldn't find your way through that. I've never, let me back up. The state is heading towards requiring zero net energy in 2020 for all residential buildings. The denser the building, the less roof space compared to the mass of the building, the harder it's going to be.
Okay.
And then building this massive would be probably a challenge to actually do that.
Okay. Thank you.
May I follow up on that, Mr. Zinner, though? We had a report sent to us the last couple of weeks that was prepared by the Office of Sustainability with a couple of other consultants on a building that's being built in the city on 2nd Street, which suggested that building, either to LEED Platinum 4 or to a living building standard, if you put solar on the whole roof, you could power the whole building. So that is a discussable point. It's just that you haven't gone there yet, correct?
Yes. I mean, the first thing you would do is
That's
minimize. Right. Yeah. Could we, in theory, get there? We'd have to analyze it, but certainly it's possible.
Because I think what your opening statement was that the DA put development standards, but the development standards that you were looking at were powering the common areas, and we might ask you to power the whole building on the DA that we write.
Right. You're talking about the City Hall Annex? Is that what you're talking about for the Living Building Challenge?
No, I think it was a building that this developer might be very familiar with on 2nd Street.
Okay.
So it was a building that was used as a piece of analysis, and I guess the report's available from the planning department. But it was very striking in its analysis that, in fact, these things could be achieved. It would be difficult. But that's something to be discussed then.
Okay.
So Commissioner Kennedy had the call.
Could I also respond to that? Yes. We did a little building on 16th Street. It was a UCLA outpatient surgery and oncology center, and the entire roof, with the exception of just where the mechanical systems are sitting, the entire roof is covered with PVs, and it produces about 20% of the energy that it needs on a daily and annual basis. So it's that would be a building that would clearly fail the net zero energy issue. I think these are delicate things, and I'm not suggesting that this commission reacts in this way, but I think a lot of people react like it's easy to do with all buildings, and it's in their particular buildings where it's just not possible.
For example, like the medical centre you were talking about.
Correct. And I know that's not exactly
apples
apples and apples, but it's certainly, there's buildings out there that can't.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Kennedy.
I was here during the last time we saw this, and I don't remember planning commissioners specifically saying maybe set back or get rid of some of the cantilever and draw some other elements out. And so that is your interpretation, which you can do, and you've brought it before us. But my question to you is about that floating element. And you've now told us tonight, and you can see in our staff report, that the Lincoln units have been pushed back 5 feet, but that floating element appears to be brought out even further. The people that are living in the...
I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm trying to follow what floating element you're talking about.
The one that was called a floating element during the staff report. The corner over the plaza. The
corner building? The corner building
the corner punch out, the one that's on the columns.
Oh, that...
The really big, obvious floating part of the building.
That has not moved in or out. It stayed exactly where it was. It's on the property line on both Colorado and Lincoln.
Okay, so now that it's really, really more pronounced and really more obvious, my question to you is the units that are facing Lincoln Boulevard, if they were to look north down Lincoln Boulevard, won't see Lincoln Boulevard. Can you tell me how much or how little of Lincoln Boulevard they'll actually see?
No. because we haven't done any studies about that. But I can tell you that the first unit will have some limited visibility north. They could hang out over the balcony and look north. The view, in our estimation, the way we thought about this building and kind of conceived this building in the beginning, was that looking north on Lincoln Boulevard wasn't exactly the best view, but looking north and west and south and west was a much better view. The building heights are lower, so you can see over at the 4th and 5th level. You could see over the high school. You might even possibly get some hint or views. I'm not sure that you get hint or views of the ocean, but it's those views there are not going to be impeded by not being able to see. So as you move farther south, the farther south you move, the more visibility because of the angles change.
Okay. So, but you said you hadn't done any research specifically on what I'm talking about, which is a view down Lincoln, but at the same time, the sun sets over in that direction for some portion of the year. And since you've been before us numerous times for many other projects, you do that research for sunlight hitting the units.
We do.
And so are you saying that you don't know then how much sunlight during those times of year will be hitting those units facing Lincoln Boulevard?
Yes, we do know about the sunlight. You were talking about the view, and that's a different subject.
Well,
now,
and I'm not specifically talking about the view. In my comments later, I'm more concerned about eyes on the street. But
yeah,
can you? So the sunlight is going to be flowing into those units less because they're set back 5 feet more?
No. In fact, what you have to think about is that Santa Monica, it's not on any north, south, east, west Cartesian grid. It's 44 degrees off of true north. So we're basically looking north and, this is southwest facing at almost a 45-degree angle. So if we really got down to the sun studies, we'd be looking at the azimuth angles being south, east, and setting southwest. And the altitude angle of the sun in the winter is about 38 degrees, so it's already low.
Okay.
This is almost about where the sun would be setting in the winter, this angle that I'm looking at right now. Now, in the summer, it's farther north, both east and west rise and sunset, and the azimuth angle is about 78 degrees. So the altitude angle is about 78 degrees, so it's much higher. It almost feels like it's directly overhead.
Okay. And I think I'm not sure, but the tenant space down on the ground level, is that currently designed to be 2 spaces, or is it just 1 big space so far?
It's 1 big space, and I think our hope and intention, and I think we share this with a client, is that a number of smaller sort of enterprises come into the space rather than a single larger occupant.
Thank you very
much.
much.
More variety.
Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Fresco.
Hello. Sorry. The first thing I wanted to ask about was the bike storage. 137 residential bike storage spots for every man, woman, and child who lives there practically. And I noted that they were double tiered, and I just wanted more information on how accessible those bikes are and how they work and how you get them on the top, and can anybody really do that? Is that really achieving our goals, since we're not providing free parking, but we're providing free bike storage? So.
We've used those stacking ones on the 16th Street Outpatient Surgery Center, and I was always thinking, these things are really, really tall, and they don't really have to be very, very tall at all, and they aren't. And then, so the upper ones, there's a door, and then there's a ramp that the bicycle can be pushed up on to get it into the upper level. And there's enough; they're big enough so you can get multiple bicycles in one locker. It's a more I think it's, in some ways, it's more psychologically, it's more secure, and it's very efficient. I can tell you that if I were living in this complex and I had a bicycle, I'd bring it up the elevator and put it in my room.
Right. Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, I know, you know, the hoisting of the bike becomes a big deal, you know, and it starts to become a deterrent. So for my thinking, having these bike lockers be really easy. I could walk over there and get my car, or I could walk over there and get the bike, and they have to. So that's kind of where I'm going with it. It's when I look at those double tiered ones and the ramp, and I looked at them online to kind of understand how they worked. And there's so many different kinds. I don't know what you had, but I mean, what if you had an e-bike? Those things are really heavy, and you know, I don't think I would be willing to push an e-bike up one of those ramps to get it up there. And you know, so I'm just concerned about that. But so that's good to know for the future. Then another thing.
So noted.
So noted. Well, we'll discuss that more among ourselves.
Of course.
But I have another question that's much more fine-grained and esoteric.
I like those questions.
Yeah, you'll wait till you hear this one.
Okay. I'm braced. I've been doing this for 32 years, so I've gotten used to a few.
Okay.
Okay. Let it fly.
I was really interested in the idea of creating an alley that, in theory, could continue all the way to Olympic Boulevard. And I went for a long walk all through this area to try to understand where 9th Street went and where the alley went and all of that. And then I went home and I looked at it on maps, and a little bell went off, and I started looking at my historic maps and realized this, of course, was the edge of town, and the train went through the middle, of that block, and that Norm's is the first building that was ever built there. And the area that's Norm's and the former bus depot was, for many, many years from our earliest days, our city dump and a junkyard. And Norm's only built a building on the corner, and then there's a parking lot, which means that I wouldn't call it an archaeological site, but there is a possibility that some artifacts could be turned up that, for example, our history museum would be interested in, or I don't know. So is that something, did you guys do any digging there or anything for any testing of any kind? Or
I can assure you, if we found Norm's bones there, somebody's going to get it in some museum.
Well, my dream is, of course, to find some old dishes from the Arcadia or something.
Oh, yeah. I think there's, if my memory holds me correct, and I think there's a state law that addresses these sorts of issues that I'm sure this developer will follow to the word, knowing who they're dealing with.
Excellent.
Yes.
More questions, Commissioner Fresco?
No. Did you ever hear that one in 31 years?
No, I have to admit that was a first. It was a good one, though. I liked it.
Cool.
Other commissioners with questions of the architect? Commissioner Newbold.
Could you talk to me about the units on the east side, on the ground floor on Colorado? It's hard for me to visualize what's happening. I think they're the loft.
These?
No, I'm sorry, the loft units on Colorado.
Oh.
I'm just concerned.
Way back in the back.
Way back in the back, the ones that I can barely see.
That darn train got in the way.
Yeah, the train's in the way, and I guess I just am not sure as a pedestrian what you're going to be experiencing, because it seems to me it's the back side of the loft.
Let me see if I can get to the plan quickly.
Because there's no doors there, correct?
No. There. It's glass. Do you see it?
I mean, there's a window.
Well, it's glass ceiling. So it's all glazed. That whole elevation is glazed. And outside of that, then we have a built-in, it'll probably be cast concrete or some material such as that for sitting. And then there's a planter, and then there's a break where we have literally floor to ceiling glass. I stand corrected. That glass comes down to where the top of the seating would be.
And the seating is in the unit or for somebody walking, whoever?
All the above.
And is
absolutely
this big wall of glass operable?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're even thinking that maybe it'll have, we're looking at various systems. We haven't sat on a system, but something that really opens that thing up for ventilation.
Right.
And the backside is open as well, so.
Okay. I guess that's it.
That, and quite frankly, that, we could spend a little more time with that piece to really make it a really great kind of front porch for these 4 units.
I guess that's what I'm thinking. It does. I'm hearing your words, but I'm not feeling it.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm
okay,
hearing your words. This could be something that we would be happy to deal with the ARB, and instruct them to really have a very serious look at that, and I'd be delighted with that direction.
Commissioner Kennedy had a follow-up.
Are there any windows anywhere in the entire project, anywhere, any residential windows anywhere in the project that are not operable?
Oh yeah, we can't operate every single window, but there's windows that are there are operable windows in every single space. In fact there's a building code that says you have to have operable windows in all the bedrooms, which seems like a ridiculous thing. You'd have to make a code to do that. But yes, we try to make as many windows. In fact, all of these units. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. All of these units have sliding glass doors leading out into the balconies, so they have very large apertures in the building that for light and ventilation. And
the upper balconies don't have any.
No, all the balconies have sliding glass doors, all of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't really be a very practical balcony. And well, I guess I'm going the wrong way. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, one of the things we think we do good in designing buildings is we provide a lot of light and a lot of ventilation, and that's why we worked very, very carefully with making sure we had through ventilation from one end of the unit to the other end of the unit. Cross ventilation. We're planning small transom windows above the doors and then there's a locking device that you can open a sliding glass door like 3 or 4 inches that's 7 feet tall, and a transom. So if you had an animal at home, a cat or a dog or something, or you just didn't want to come home to a hot, stuffy apartment, you could do that and you'd be secure, but at least you wouldn't have to have the mechanical system running all day, or even when you got home in the evening.
Okay, thanks.
Any other Commissioner questions? I have some questions. What about you, Commissioner President? Just following up on the window, on some of your single-loaded corridors, you have what appears to be a small window that looks into the apartment. Could they be bigger and glazed to give more light?
Yes, it would be nice if we could. We have some shear wall, but to give up a piece of shear wall on a on an 18-foot wide unit, if we had to give up 4 feet for a shear wall and make the rest of it, or as much of it as possible, glass, that would be terrific, and we could obscure part of it so there's privacy as people are walking by.
When you say that would be nice, that's in your control. You're the architect and the applicant. So that's one good thing. Great. Let me ask about the pool. How big is that pool?
It's, I think it's 33 feet long and 12 feet wide, and it'll probably be 4 feet deep.
So that's really a playing pool.
I would have to defer to the swimmer on the board.
Well, I do swim every day, and
yes.
I regard pools of that size as little more than a nuisance that lose a lot of water as evaporation and are barely used, take a lot of money to heat, and obviously a lot of money to put into a building. and I would be the first to insist on a 75-foot pool if you're going to put a pool in, or no pool at all. Did you look at having no pool at all in this? I mean, on environmental grounds, it's surely a better option.
We did not.
Now, I can make the case for a 75-foot lap pool because that's at least exercise. I really can make no case whatsoever for a pool of that size.
Understand.
I'd like to ask a question, I think, of Mr. Rand, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
Chair, are we going to do public comment, or is there no public comment?
There will be public comment.
Okay.
We're asking questions of the applicant at the moment.
Okay, just trying to clarify.
Commissioner.
Okay.
That's what we typically do at this stage. We ask the questions of the applicant, the public make comments, and then the applicant responds. We can ask additional questions at that time. Do you have some?
I do. I'll wait till after public comment. Thank you.
Excellent. So, Mr. Rand, does your client also own the 3 properties to the south of this one along Lincoln?
They are. They have an ownership interest in those 3 properties. Yes.
When you say that, conventionally, would I regard them as owning that property or having the right to develop them?
They have the right to develop them. Yes, they would be the developer, but they're investors that are technically defined probably as the owners. But yes, they have an interest. They would be the developer on those sites in the future should they decide to develop them.
These 4 sites would be an extremely large development if you brought them all to us at one time, wouldn't they?
Depends on what your view of large is, but yes, I mean, relative to this one project, yes.
They would appear to be 360 units, if nothing else, which would be a relatively large development. So do you have a sense of when the other 3 lots will come to us for development?
I don't. Aaron Brothers, the farthest south, has a long-term lease, so that's sort of on its own arrangement. Obviously, there's an existing building at the Joanne's site, the Joanne's building. And the investors that are involved in these different development sites, all of them have different LLCs and different business arrangements, are honestly waiting to see what happens with this project to determine their future plans. They're waiting to see if A, this project gets approved, and B, if it gets approved, is it approved in a way that's feasible and advantageous to proceed with the development before they decide to make future decisions about the other 3 properties. So that long answer, no, I don't.
Does the developer have a master plan for the 4 sites?
There has been no master plan for the 4 sites that's been done. Mr. Flonix can speak to this better than I can, but there were design considerations and thought put into how the norms was, how this project before you was laid out, and how that would relate to a potential future project on the adjacent property next door.
So consideration's been given at least to another property side by side at this
Correct.
stage.
Correct.
And the gap between the 2 buildings, does that line up with the potential alley running through?
It does. It does. Yeah, there is a break, right? That would open up that portion of the alley between these 2 buildings. The other side of the alley stops at the Aaron Brothers sites, and presumably, if the future properties were developed, those segments would open up as well, and at some point in the future, you'd have the continuation of Lincoln Court that would run through to Colorado.
The reason I'm asking that, it seems to me that we've got a developer who has, as you say, ownership rights, and I would say owns, 4 adjacent properties that stretch along Lincoln Boulevard for a considerable distance that will create, and that you've already put planning into effect so that at least this building and the building beside it will relate to each other. So that would be at least almost 200 units. You've put thinking into the fact that an alley will run parallel with Lincoln Boulevard, but yet we are considering 1 building as opposed to 4, and I'm assuming that's so that you don't have to produce an EIR or look at a wider series of considerations.
There are environmental implications to doing 1 versus 4. You're absolutely right. And the original consideration in 2012, a very long time ago, when the application was filed, is the idea is the norms would be approved quicker than we expected. Now that we're almost 4 years on, there are questions about whether or not this developer, what they would do with the other 3 sites at this stage. And they need norms to be approved in order to get something going to go further. So you have truly an isolated project before you. There are no pending other applications, and this is all that is being focused on right now for very, very specific economic reasons, which is if it doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen on favorable terms, the future is not clear.
And yet, as a planning commissioner, it does give me some concern that you're isolating one property when there are 4 in play, and that the day after you get your approval, others start to come online sequentially, and that we sequentially approve 4 separate developments that are in fact consideration has been given in the development office to these as a master plan side by side with an alley running through them. So obviously it's not a, one by one, and that we as a city didn't look at the wider ramifications of having these 4 large developments put there in terms of the traffic, the pedestrianisation, and whatever else we want to look at. And we don't look at it as an EIR. How would you answer that question?
I'd answer it in a couple of ways. First of all, there are not 4 sites in play. There's 1 project in play at this point in time. Second, we came before you at a float up. And the purpose of a float up for the development agreement is for us to get feedback if you want to proceed with this project. We were authorized to proceed with this project. We were not told, no, go back, do 4 sites, and we don't want to hear from you until you come back with a master plan. So we have been at this for 4 years now, Mr. Chair, and I'd say the best hope for the future of Lincoln Boulevard is to see this norms project approved, which is a great standalone project in and of itself that will force the adjacent project to relate to it in a way that does create good, solid planning on Lincoln Boulevard, and see what happens in the future. You're obviously going to have discretionary review over whatever happens, because you can't do anything in the city without triggering discretionary review. So there will be ample opportunities in the future, whomever it is, if it's my client or somebody, some other developer, for you to review the projects and scrutinize them and shape them as to your liking.
Thank you, Mr. Rand. Commissioner.
Point of clarification, are there 3 or 4 properties in play here potentially? The way I'm reading it, there's your property, the Norms building, the Joanne building, the Aaron's Brothers building, and then there's the building on a corner. And you say you...
Yeah, there's one lot there that you missed. So we have, starting from the corner of Colorado and Lincoln, there's this site,
right,
the Norm site.
Right.
Then there is the site adjacent to it, what used to be the Warts site. There used to be the Warts building there.
Right.
That's now a vacant lot. Adjacent to that is
it's that vacant lot.
Yeah,
okay, got it. Sorry. Thank you.
Are there any other fact-based questions that anyone wants to ask? Commissioner Anderson, do you want to ask something?
I guess perhaps as a follow-up, because Mr. Rand mentioned that Mr. Falonis might have some thoughts addressing the concerns that you raised, but from a design standpoint.
Yes, I have some thoughts about that. The fact is that when we first started out with this project, as we do with every project, we look at the context very seriously. And not knowing what was going to go to the south of this particular site, what we decided to do was look at the massing of the building pieces and parts so that we got maximum sunlight, into the largest portion of the single loaded corridor area, and then the opposite buildings, one east, one west, facing one another, overlooking that open area. I think about it in a very kind of conceptual way, and that is to say that what I like to think is that what we've done is a kind of subversive design in the most positive way. That we think it would be very difficult for another architect to step in and not respond to the massing of this, because it's such a positive move for their property, if they were going to build something on their property, to make one very large open space between the 2 buildings, which could happen. So you can imagine this open space being replicated and flipped onto the other site to the south. So you'd end up with a site, the depth being the same depth as this, and conceivably the same width as this.
And
So-
this perspective, just to be clear, is kind of from that vacant lot from the south.
Yes.
Were we floating?
Correct.
Yeah.
And in fact, you can see that there's a wall that's just at the lower edge of this drawing. And that's the property line. So you could imagine if another commercial building came in and abutted that and extended that out. Now we can't connect the properties, but visually they would be connected, and environmentally and sustainably they'd be connected. It would seem to me it would make a really interesting, large, private urban space. You're welcome.
Commissioner Bernardi?
No.
Commissioner Kennedy?
I have a couple questions for Kaiser Marston. Are they here?
Tim Bretz with Kaiser Marston.
Why, for the value enhancement analysis, why did you ascribe a base zoning alternative of 32 feet and 1.5 to do the analysis?
That discussions with staff, the base zoning, those were the requirements of the base zoning, and so that's what we set as the tier 1 land use alternative.
Okay. The same week that you created...
I just wanted to ask a question about the order. I mean, Kaiser Marston prepared this is for the city.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like we kind of broke the continuity here. If it's okay with you, but it seems like that could...
Right,
However
okay.
you
What did I do wrong?
You didn't do anything wrong, apparently. It was pointed out to me that this was a city report, and so we perhaps should wait until after the community's made its comments to ask the questions on this.
Okay.
I do not see the problem with it, but I think we'll defer to the city attorney for this time, if you would not mind.
I don't mind, although do you think it's important for the public to hear the question and then possibly have the opportunity to comment on it? Or
I personally do. City attorney, do you see a problem with that? No. Okay.
Thanks.
Please.
So there was a report for a project in West Hollywood that your office did the same week that you did the report for this project. And the address, I think, was like 8856 Beverly or something.
8899.
That's the one. I am wondering why you didn't ascribe some other kind of alternative project to that to do your value enhancement. For example, on this project in Santa Monica, there was a Norms, which was a single-story restaurant taking up only some of the space, and now it's really a vacant lot. So there was the alternative of a 32-foot building and a 1.5 FAR used to basically subtract out to find your enhancement. But you didn't do that for the Beverly project. Why?
Should I answer now or?
Yes, now's a good time.
These are two completely different scenarios. 8899 in West Hollywood has an existing building that they're renovating and adding space onto. And so, and that was a completely separate circumstance for how we were doing a value enhancement analysis. In Santa Monica, for these development agreement projects, we have come up with a sort of methodology that is used throughout all of the DA projects, where it is tier 1 versus tier 3 typically, whatever the enhanced tier is going to be, and using those two zoning standards to determine the value enhancement. I will caveat that 8899 is an extremely strange project, extremely complicated, and it didn't have a sort of set methodology like we've been using in Santa Monica for the DA projects.
So do you think if that same kind of project were actually on the Norms site, that it would have the same kind of value enhancement? It
depends on what essentially the city is looking for. In terms of the value enhancement for 8899, there were a multitude of factors that went involved in terms of you have a giant office building that is being turned into a residential building, adding for sale units on the back of it, and then being expanded. and looking at that in terms of what exactly is, the enhanced value of this project. For these projects, we're looking at it in terms of the loose, in terms of changing the zoning. What happens when you go from a Tier 1 zoning standards to Tier 3 zoning standards? And so we set the Tier 1 zoning standards based off of what could be developed under a Tier 1 zone.
Okay, but in reality, though, there wasn't. I mean, there was. All I'm saying is that you didn't change. I don't see how. Well, I'll save my comments for later. I appreciate, because it turns out that the value enhancement for both projects is almost identical.
That is not related at all. Completely unrelated. I can guarantee you that there's no relation between 8899 and this project.
They're both practically boilerplate, though, and you can pick and choose.
The methodology or the memo may be the same. I can't remember, and we did many memos for 8899, and that's been in the works for a long time. And a crazy project.
So the bottom line is, whatever you're looking to get out of it is what you put into it.
Sort of a nuanced way of saying, I would say that we have a methodology in Santa Monica that we've used for value enhancement analysis. In Santa Monica, you have these three different zoning standards, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. We're going from a Tier 1 to a Tier 3. We have a set methodology, which other consultants are using in the city as well. 8899 should not be used as a comparison.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move to public comment. Extensive public comment. There's two chits here tonight. Ellen Brennan will be our first, Ms. Brennan, and the second will be Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer here. Ms. Brennan.
I will be piggyback on Ron Goldman's comments. There is so much wrong with this site. The space is concerned from public view. A corner out of the only public gesture to an otherwise ordinary square building with required balconies. This is there's no reason that good design and profitable investment can't coexist. Please say no. Come back with something better. This is an entrance to our city, and it calls for good design, and this is not it. The problem I see here is this company is an LLC, which means that it's planned to be syndicated. And that means limited liability company, which means there will be a general partner, and they will be selling off units to limited partners, and those limited partners will buy those limited units for the income it produces each month. So this building has to produce a lot of income. And when you think of the density they're asking for, the height they're asking for, it all boils down to the fact that they're an LLC. And I'm not sure that's the best reason to be making the decisions they're making, especially when this is an entrance to our city and it calls for much better design. So what I would like you to say is, not good enough. Come back with something better.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan. Mr. Hoyer.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors, and of course tonight I speak for myself. You know, I was reviewing the project on someone's phone tonight and got some shady information. So I was planning to come and say I'm waiting for the day when a developer comes and says, look, I provided even more affordable housing than you need, than you require. And what? They did it. What did they do? Well, what are the requirements? So many of them have to be 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. Oh, that's the only part we forgot. We kind of slipped that out. We're going to stick in a whole bunch of 1-bedroom units for the affordable housing. So I'm not fond of that. I'm not very happy with that at all. In fact, I'm not happy with the mix of units, period. We have 70% of the units in this building as 1-bedroom or studio. And that violates the whole zoning thing we just did. Violates mixed-use boulevard, violates mixed-use boulevard low. So that's my main complaint. I don't like the mix of units. Yes, it's large. I I can deal with a lot of the stuff. I like Richard's comments regarding, what are the plans for the other two? Well, as long as this one's going to be super profitable because of the comments Ellen just made, and the market rate that's going to be occurring in most of those units, then yeah, looks like we'll be able to cram another 90 in next to it and another 90 in next to it because they're just going to take it. And we'll provide a little cross alley street. What do you think that alley street's going to become? That alley street is going to be a major thoroughfare for everybody getting off of the 10 waiting to turn right on Lincoln. They're going to take that alley and they're going to zoom through this little development right here. Guarantee it. If that bypass ever goes through. Now, mind you, I've been there. I come that way. I've driven down that alley before and realized it was a dead end. So I'd love to see it, but I don't think I'd like to see it zooming through my property if I lived there. What else? Just the photo about the pool, the photo that was just up. Well, that sure did not look like a 4-foot deep pool. It looked a lot deeper. And I agree that a 33-foot pool by 12 feet wide, it's a kiddie pool. It's 4 feet specifically for insurance liability purposes. And like Richard says, a lap pool is 75 feet. So you can really get into your lap before you're having to turn around. So I say nix the pool, but why are they putting a pool in?
Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. The applicant, would you like to respond?
Just a few points in response. With respect to the bedroom unit mix for the affordable housing component, the overall project has an average bedroom factor of 1.2. The affordable housing component is actually in excess of that. I think it's 1.28 or 1.3. Consistent with the zoning ordinance and the extensive council discussion on this topic during the zoning ordinance process, that they want to see the affordable components track more or less the overall market rate. And so that's what the project proposed in that regard, and that was outlined in the staff report. The unit mix includes 3 bedrooms, no more than 20% studios, and at least 20% 2 bedrooms, consistent with the City Council's priority processing criterion that this project was subject to and conformed to when that criteria came down. With respect to the pool, everyone has their views on this. The reason it's there, just if you're interested from the applicant standpoint, is because tenants like these pools to sit in, cool off. It's a tenant amenity. It was never intended to be used for exercise. A lot of single-family homeowners in this town have pools that are not lap pools that are used to cool off and relax. And here you're going to have 90 apartment units with, I don't know how many individuals will be in that building, using what is a very small pool that takes up a very small water footprint. I would actually call that quite sustainable. One very tiny pool for 150 people versus one large pool for a single family home. I think by comparison that stacks up pretty well. I think it's punitive to people who live in multifamily buildings to say that you can't have something like this. So with that, you're going to do what you think is best for the pool, but that's where the applicant's coming from on that. Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions?
May I?
Please.
Just as a point of clarification with regard to the unit mix, to be precise, we have 19% studios, we have 51% one bedrooms, which includes one bedrooms with a loft. We have 20% 2 bedrooms and 10% 3 bedrooms. Just as a point of clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson, you have some questions.
I think I just have one question for Mr. Rand. Thanks, Michael. I heard you say that the affordable units track closely to the overall unit mix, but there's not a 3-bedroom. There's not an affordable 3-bedroom.
That is true.
How, can you comment on the idea of potentially switching one of those 2s to a 3?
way we set this up was looking at the zoning ordinance and the bedroom factor, not that they had to be proportionate exactly to the type of units. We feel that the affordable offering is substantial and quite significant when you consider other projects that have been approved, and that even very recent DA projects, including ones on Lincoln. This project has actually fewer development rights because we're talking about only a 4-story building in the back with an FAR of only 2 and a maximum height of 47 feet. So much less for half that site than what's allowed on the front of the mixed-use boulevard. So long-winded way of saying we think the community benefits package is quite substantial as is. Obviously this commission is going to make your own determination. But we track the zoning ordinance. In fact, we exceed it, and we've exceeded the number of affordable housing units that have been provided in most housing projects.
Thank you.
More questions, Commissioner Anderson, of anybody?
Okay.
We are going to have an opportunity after public comment to ask more questions, right?
Public comment finished. That was it. There were 2 chats. So we've actually got the applicant's response. Now we're into the questions.
I guess I had a circulation question. I don't know who's best for a circulation question, which was just
Let's go to the planning department.
I missed the presentation, the brilliant presentation. Is it going to be right turn only out of that of the parking?
Yes, it's right in and right out. We had. We'll get it back on again. We had an entry and an exit with a 20-foot wide driveway starting at the southern property line on from Lincoln going east into the property. That would be a right in, right out, and that went
away.
And what it did was it did a couple of things. Well, it just made the circulation a little easier, number one, and number two, we were never really big fans of entering and exiting on Lincoln because it could be dangerous. There's a lot more traffic. In fact, Colorado will be, I think I travel down Colorado now and there's no traffic on it. In fact, I probably shouldn't even say this because now tomorrow there'll be a lot of traffic on it. But it's the fastest way to get from my office to City Hall. It's a breeze because nobody takes it. By the way, I got stopped this morning by the train.
Excellent.
It was great. So, yeah, that's a right in and right out. And we've worked with transportation to make sure those radiuses on the curbs are much bigger than they would normally be, because we've got other kinds of vehicles that are going to be coming in and out of there. So we want to be sure that we can accommodate them. And that was more problematic on the Lincoln entrance and exit. And then once that sort of alley on the southern edge of the property went away, we were able to pull the fire stair from the garage as close to the southern property line. We got more storefront along Lincoln Boulevard. It was a good move to remove that entrance and exit there.
And the expectation is that drivers leaving the site would
turn right,
and then
they have no other choice.
Yeah, and then to get to the freeway, they're just going to have to loop around to Olympic. Is that? Or, I know this is all guesswork, but
yeah, they can loop around to I think 10th, and then get in the. And then they'll have to transfer over into one of the left-hand. There's 2 left-hand lanes there, and they can transfer into one of those and then onto Lincoln, and then another left onto the freeway. Yeah.
And then can you turn left on Colorado now? Nowhere.
There's a couple of places.
Yeah.
17th you can. There's a couple spots where you can turn left, but crossing the railroad and getting involved with the train is just not a good mix, and people they'll get it, they'll learn.
Yeah, I don't know what the alternative is, and I think that this is a much better solution to just have the driveway on Colorado. So I'm just thinking through it.
Thank you. Yeah, we do too.
Commissioner Kennedy, you had a follow-up, and then Commissioner Newbold. Do you have a follow-up?
No, just a couple of questions.
Sure,
You
it doesn't
got
matter.
Commissioner Newbold start.
I think mine are for staff, actually, now that I'm
All right.
oriented to what
Mr.
we're doing here.
Sakaris, your moment.
And they're pretty minor. Has the city thought about putting car share in this building, or requesting that there be I don't know what our overall strategy as a city is. I know there's some car share program coming shortly, but it seems to me if you're asking for a parking reduction and you're right by the rail, it might be a good place to have a...
Right. We do have a car share contract going to City Council in the next month, I think. So we will have a car share program in Santa Monica soon. In terms of whether it's included in this building.
Well, it's not, but I guess I'm wondering what's your thought on that as a city? Is this the kind of place where we would want a space to put I don't know what our program's going to be, a zip car? Or...
It hasn't really been looked at, so it's hard to say now. As part of the DA, they are setting aside 15 spaces for reserved use by the city, which is somewhat cutting into their inventory of parking supply now. But yeah, it hasn't really been looked at, so it's hard to say.
Because it seems like in some ways it's a good location because there's unsecured parking for the commercial, right? So if you have people in the neighborhood who want to use, I'm just going to say zip car because I know that's not what we're going to have, but that's what I'm familiar with. I don't know.
Yeah, and part of the program with the car share company is there will be some public spaces, but then they will also be expected to work with private property owners to find some locations as well. So if there are spaces available in this garage for that purpose, that would be great.
Well, if we could require that there be a space available if we wanted.
It is actually. It's in the development agreement, page 15.
I'm glad somebody knows what's going on.
So they'll offer one car share space, but until we have that contract in place, because some of the car share spaces, they might want visibility, for example, in the public right of way, and it's more accessible that way. And you see in many cities, that's the way that kind of program is rolled out, as opposed to being in private garages. So,
but we have preserved that option.
Yes, absolutely. It's part of the TDM plan.
And then the 15 spaces, that's in case we want to take more cars.
Could you just identify yourself for everyone who's watching on television before you...
City planning.
Thank you.
The 15 shared spaces, so that is in here as part of really looking at this content of this project in the context of the draft downtown specific plan and some of the thinking about parking strategy and how we maximize the parking resources, particularly in the downtown core. So in these projects that are sort of on the periphery of the DSP boundary, we've been seeking not necessarily requiring, but the opportunity for the city to exercise rights for sort of, getting pods of parking spaces here and there that might potentially allow us in the future to relocate permit parkers. This is just an idea. There could be other ways that those spaces could be used. Given this project site, we actually thought about it like, is it a good place for that kind of a program? I think that if we were to implement that kind of a program, it would be targeted towards again, those permit parkers, it's their assigned space, so you're not asking the public to necessarily come to those spaces, but it takes them out of the core and into this area.
I guess I was thinking, why are we still providing permit spaces for people to park? I guess that's my larger question.
Right. I mean, that's part of probably a broader question about, more progressive thinking about the city's parking policies and rates, and that's stuff to come.
We're not doing that now.
Not today. No.
Okay. And then I wonder if the city could comment on the unit mix. And, I guess since it's not complying with the zoning code.
Well, a couple of things is when this project was first proposed, and, it's certainly been in the pipeline for some time, our perspective is that, the applicant was providing a unit mix that enabled it to qualify for priority processing. And it had been that way for some time. So it did meet the City Council's guidelines for even the number of DAs that were in the process. For the no more than 10% studios, 20% 2 bedrooms, 10% 3 bedrooms. So it met that mix, and we were trying to honor sort of the integrity of those not really agreements, but those guidelines, that direction from council. That's how the applicant had proceeded.
I see.
You're correct that in the zoning code update that just went into effect for Tier 2 projects, that unit mix requirement had increased to 15% for studios, 20% for 2 bedrooms, 15% for 3 bedrooms. This project still does meet the average bedroom factor range that's in the zoning code update. The affordable housing average bedroom factor also exceeds the market rate. So, we thought that was still within the spirit and intent of council's direction.
Because this is a DA, we're not required to follow.
That's right. Yeah.
And the other thing I would also add is the council, when they were discussing about the standards in the zoning ordinance, they specifically exempted them from applications that were kind of in the pipeline. Recognizing, of course, that DAs wouldn't be subject to it anyway, but it was a kind of an affirmative statement by council that they weren't expecting these to mirror those standards that they were just establishing.
That's helpful. That's all I have.
Commissioner Kennedy.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Please,
I
Commissioner
apologize, and perhaps it's too tangential, but I have this recollection, and this is a clarification about the unit distribution requirement in the zoning code. So my recollection was that we had recommended a zoning code that didn't include that. Is that correct? And then that got
that was added at City Council hearings. Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Well, Jing, so before you, it's okay. So if this was a Tier 2 project, or let me put it this way, this development agreement, the number of affordable units that are in this project are only slightly more than what would be required of a Tier 2 project.
It's above. It's 20% versus 15 in a Tier 2.
Okay. I have a couple of questions, not necessarily for you. Thank you. I guess Ariel might be able to answer these for me. The development agreement says that the operator will use the city-developed affordable housing list to place the tenants in the affordable units. How do you get on that list, and what is going on with that list?
Well, that list is administered through the Housing Division. I'm not aware, I should say, of any current difficulties other than I think it isn't open at the moment.
I don't know for sure. I just have anecdotal evidence. I mean, I don't think it's been open for many years. So why is it written in here? In other words, there must be people that are on it, but the list must be really outdated. So I know this isn't going to be built tomorrow, but there has to be some action taken if that language is going to stay in here.
Right. So again, this is consistent with how the city administers deed restricted units. There have been issues in the past with allowing private property owners to, find qualified occupants for deed restricted units. So that list is administered by the Housing Division. They do open it periodically, and you're correct, it hasn't. I think it opened up maybe 2 years ago for applications on the master waiting list. It's a list of thousands, and so this is intended to address obviously people who are on that list. The way that the process works is that once that unit is built, they contact the Housing Division and they go through a screening process. The information is updated. It's not just based on what was submitted years ago. When they find what they think are qualified applicants, they're contacted and they're asked to fill out the information again so that they have updated information. Those referrals are then provided to the developer to go through that list and pick from, again, the city administered list qualified occupants for the deed restricted units.
Okay. My next question is about parking. The shared parking in the development agreement says that the shared parking can be leased, and the development agreement says that the public parking can be leased. So if the shared parking is all leased and the public parking is all leased, will there actually be any parking spaces in there for somebody if they pulled in to use the commercial space?
I'm not, the commercial spaces, what do you mean lease to the commercial tenants?
It says it in the development agreement. I think it just, and I don't remember. Okay, let's see.
Because the commercial public parking is intended to.
Well, that's what I'm
maintain
trying to
available.
clarify, because maybe I'm not sure if I read it right, but on page 26 it says that the shared spaces are for employees. And by the way, I think that the headings of those two provisions need to be completely renamed because they don't make any sense. But it's employee parking, but it's called shared parking for non-project users. It says it can be shared on a first-come, first-served basis and offered at market rates. And then the public parking reserved for city use can also be leased. And so I'm just trying to find out, and I just want clarification that there are going to be, that it's possible for there to be some parking spaces in there that are not completely leased.
They would have to be surplus. Well, the section 2.7.19 doesn't necessarily basically talks about providing public spaces at market rates.
So
and then some of the shared spaces that we've identified,
right,
which would be considered the shared city spaces, could be leased.
But it says that 2719 does say that the shared spaces may be offered to third parties in the surrounding area in need of parking. And so is that just a notice to tell them that the spaces are there, or is that actually for them to lease it?
My understanding is that's consistent with the city's right to use those spaces to accommodate the permit parking users in the downtown or other downtown parking users to use the shared spaces.
And the development agreement says that there are 175 spaces in the project, but there are 168. Is that right?
Yes, that changed with some of the plan modifications towards the end after the packet had gone out. There are 168 spaces in the current proposal.
Okay, so is the draft that we read current, the most current one, though?
Yes,
Okay.
the current draft should say
Okay.
168.
It doesn't, but so definitely make that change. Okay, so then my last question about the parking is there enough parking? I mean, considering that it sounds like a lot of the whatever excess for visitors or employees, which I wouldn't even really consider excess. I mean, I know it's a fine balance, and we don't want to load it up with parking spaces. This is the most heavily congested area, one of the most in our entire city. But are there I want to make sure that there are enough parking spaces here to meet the needs of employees and to make sure that there aren't people, circling the block or what is the alley that runs through the project. I mean, to make things even worse. Can you reassure me that the number of spaces that has been decided upon is really adequate?
Sure, and sufficient parking for a project, of course, isn't a perfect science. But what, as identified in the report, as proposed, it is deficient when you compare it to the zoning ordinance requirements. However, it is providing excess parking when you compare it to what's being contemplated for the downtown specific plan. So first and foremost, we looked to the developer to identify what they felt was an adequate amount of parking for their users, and they are in agreement with the project as proposed. So I don't think they'd want to build something that wouldn't provide a sufficient amount of spaces, but they are providing more than what the downtown specific plan offers, and that so there was a middle ground reached between what the downtown specific plan requirements are, the lower end, and what the zoning ordinance requires, which is the upper end. And without knowing specifically what the users of the commercial space are going to be, which is also discussed in the staff report, that makes it a little more difficult to specifically apply the ratios that are in those two documents.
Is there evidence that an 11,000 square foot commercial space would have less than 21 employees? And I mean, I'm just trying to figure, I'm not sure exactly how to fix it, but I kind of just feel like the shared part, like 2719, isn't necessarily adequate. I kind of feel like there's an amount of spaces there for visitors, guests, and commercial tenants and employees that probably isn't enough.
So just to clarify, there are 39 commercial spaces in the project for the commercial space. So that number was arrived by, again, not knowing what the future use is. In the DSP, the parking requirements are tiered depending on the size of the tenant space. So in this case, we sort of took a middle ground approach of a 1 per 300, roughly, for that site to provide the greatest flexibility in terms of allowing different sizes of tenant spaces, whether it's 3, 4, 2 tenants in there. This amount of parking would accommodate that kind of flexibility, which I think that from the city's perspective, we wouldn't want ground floor commercial spaces to be vacant because they didn't have flexibility in the amount of parking that was provided. In the development agreement, the concept behind the shared parking in the DA is that some of that remains. If you think about that pool of commercial parking, some is reserved and some is unreserved. So there's some that can be leased, and then there's that pool of shared that is open to everybody, including employees, visitors, and that stuff is those spaces are leased at daily rates. So they're unreserved spaces. They can't be assigned necessarily to a use. They're a shared pool given to tenants and offsite users. So in that respect, those are the spaces that are sort of the rotating public spaces. In the project, and again, this is set up.
And how many of those did you say there were?
There's 21 in the DA right now.
I see. That's
right, and so that's how that works. It's intended to allow for just efficient, useful, resource use of the parking resource that's here to give flexibility.
Okay, that's part of the clarification I was looking for, because to me it sounded like the shared spaces could also be reserved.
Right, we wouldn't want to have a provision that says all of it is unreserved or all of it is reserved. This gives
right. Well,
us
that's
sort of
why
a
there's the
happy
difference
medium
between the public and the shared.
Correct.
At least from okay. Okay. Thanks for clarifying. And then I have one last thing about the development agreement. In the development agreement on page 8, and I emailed back and forth today with Ariel about this to try to bring this up. 2.5.2 talks about active neighborhood serving uses, and we heard public comment tonight about having smaller tenants in those spaces. Can you active neighborhood service, so this isn't in the zoning code. This is a provision of the DA specifically, is that correct?
Well, it mimics a provision in the zoning code. In the commercial districts, it allows uses by right less than 12,500 square feet in size or less than 75 feet in width. Anything above those thresholds would require a CUP. So it somewhat mimics, given that this commercial space is only 10,600 and change, it would essentially, if you compare it to the zoning ordinance, it would allow any use in there by right.
But this provision of the development agreement actually we can make because it's, this is a development agreement, so we can make a recommendation to council about changing this if the commission felt it was necessary.
Yes, that would definitely be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. The stairway, I have a question about the stairway that's on the corner of Lincoln and Colorado, the stairway that goes up to the upper units. Is there also an elevator right there nearby, or is it considerably farther away?
According to the plans, no, there is no elevator. The elevator is adjacent to the driveway area in the residential lobby.
Okay. And Commissioner Anderson asked my question about the 3 bedrooms. So those are all the questions I have right now. Thanks.
Any other commissioners? I have some questions, and I don't want to close anybody out. So my question is to the economic analyst, if you wouldn't mind popping up for a minute. So on page 15 of your report, you do an assessment of whether or not you were accurate in your land value analysis, and you looked at some prices, minimum price and maximum price in that area. When we look at that, are some of those prices some time ago, so 2 years ago, 3 years ago, as opposed to current price?
I believe those are all within the last year. There's a footnote on that page, right. I believe. May 2014 to May 2015. It's either 1 or 2 years.
It's actually not on that page.
But yeah, it's 1 to 2 years, and I can't recall the exact time frame, but they're recent.
So we approved a DA directly across from this one some little time ago. Would the approval of that DA, 100 units and a considerable amount of retail space, impact the value of property along Lincoln?
It could. I mean, the approval of a DA wouldn't necessarily immediately impact property values. A building of a building, or removing an underutilized facility and building a new building could increase property values. But just the approval of a planning document, I don't know that you could quantify.
But it's highly likely if a building is approved and then goes ahead that the value of the property along that will improve.
I would say it's likely in Santa Monica.
It's very unlikely property goes down, and we're seeing a boom in the value of property here that seems to be always on an upward tick. Am I right in that assessment?
Yes.
So, in thinking about the value of this property, if there was an approval given this evening, the combination of a couple of buildings across from each other at this corner would lead to an improvement in the property values and the value of the buildings.
Yes, I would say that entitlements and new construction in a localized section of an area would lead to increased property values.
On top of a $1.5 billion railway that runs between the two and the sequence of other approved properties. So is it fair to say that property values in this area seem to be moving up significantly?
Yes.
And is it also fair to say you've given us a snapshot of what some of the values are, but that's not the end of the value that may be encapsulated in this project?
That's correct. Our analysis is only done on a static level. It's sort of a snapshot in time. So we're not projecting out land values in the future. We're not projecting out rents in the future. We're not projecting out construction costs in the future. We're looking at how much could you buy this property for today, given the sale, the comparables around. How much could you build this property for today, and how much could you rent these units for and the retail today?
And all of that's a value judgment by you based on the past and a snapshot. So, in fact, there may be considerably more value in this as we go forward. Thank you. I have a question to Mr. Sakaris. The circulation issues that have been raised here, there was a gentleman from the public who was talking about the alley becoming a speedway parallel to Lincoln. Seemed to me to be real. People entering the building will turn off Lincoln or come down Colorado and turn in. People leaving the building will turn down Colorado. The nearest left-hand turn down Colorado is 17th Street. So what is the view about what's going to happen to the circulation in this area if this building is constructed?
Well, given the location of the expo line, that isn't going to be moving, and the preference to not have any curb cuts on Lincoln Boulevard, the available options for this property only exist on Colorado. So there will only be a right in and right out, regardless of where along Colorado Avenue you would put a driveway. So circulation impacts heading eastbound on Colorado are definitely going to increase from what is there now, because it sits as a vacant site. And from a circulation perspective, in terms of accessibility to the freeway, it's going to be a little more difficult than it is now, definitely.
When you say a little more difficult, what are the projections?
We don't have any projections.
We didn't do a traffic study?
There's no environmental prepared for this.
And yet we've heard that these guys have an ownership right in 3 other properties along there. So surely that's one of the glaring weaknesses, that there is no traffic study of the impact of these 90 units and possibly 360 units, that we have no understanding of what a potential alley might do, even though the provision is in place, and that the owners have done not a master plan, but they've done some analysis of where the open space might go and how the buildings might work together. So from a city perspective, when you came to look at it, what was the thinking?
We looked at it from the project that was submitted to the city and looked at it from a functioning transportation perspective. There's been extensive back and forth with the transportation division to make sure that that driveway access, the radius at the corner is proper and functional for what they're proposing to do. Should the sites to the south be developed in the future, those will not be exempt from CEQA. Those will come back to the Planning Commission and City Council potentially for consideration or approval, and there will be proper environmental done for those
How can you say that? What if they just bring another one and say to us, oh, well, this is only one. We have no further plans at this stage. I mean, we have an ownership interest in 2 more, but, you know, this is a 1 by 1.
Part of the exemption, if I'm correct, one of the requirements to qualify for the exemption is being within the time frame, a 5-year time frame, or I don't remember what the number of years is, of a certified environmental document, which this project does meet. Yeah, and I believe it may be passed soon.
I see the city attorney would like to say something.
Yeah, it is possible that, it's hard to say in a vacuum what CEQA level of CEQA review is going to be required for a particular project. So I think we would see at that time. It is possible that it would qualify for an exemption there, but that's speculative. So I don't think we can tell you one way or the other.
Right, we don't have, just to follow on Barry's comment, there are no other applications before us other than this project. So I understand where you're coming from in terms of
it's not hard to understand.
A broad view. You know, that sort of analysis would not be done for this project because the project before us is this 90-unit project on this one site. Had they submitted an application for 4 sites, you know, we can't force a property owner to submit an application. You know, we're not going to look beyond the scope of the project that's been submitted for the purposes of CEQA. So the environmental clearance was done. It was determined to be exempt from CEQA. In terms of a broader perspective, you know, we are looking obviously at circulation on a broader level as part of the Downtown Specific Plan EIR. And, you know, we're looking at broader circulation interventions. I can't recall whether an alley extension was part of that, but if it is, you know, it would be looked at in that broader context. Certainly if projects in the future were brought back, you know, on the sites to the south, we don't know what's going to happen, you know, if they're going to submit just one parcel or if it's going to be several. It's hard for us to say right now what the environmental review would be without knowing what's being proposed, and there are no pending applications right now for any of those sites other than the Aaron Brothers property where there is a pending application.
Except they have a long lease there.
It's on the furthest part, right? It's not adjoining or connecting to this property.
But if they have a slightly different ownership structure through an LLC, how can we force them to put an EIR together?
I'm sorry?
If the guys who are building this, who own this and have the majority interest, use a different ownership structure or different sets of companies, how could we force them to do an environmental review? Or
it's not really based on ownership, it's based on the project that is submitted. If a project that is submitted meets, you know, we look at any project, any development project that's submitted to the city and the appropriate level of environmental review that's required.
So you're saying this one doesn't need it, but the next one in this bracket of 4 would?
Mm-hmm. It might. I can't make such a definitive statement without any application having been submitted.
Commissioner Newbold.
Because there's sort of a checklist that you go through.
Correct.
Right?
Right.
And you have to go through that checklist with an actual project to see if it meets.
Right. We look at, you know, whether it qualifies for exemptions. We go through that checklist. If there's potentially significant impacts, you know, it might kick you into an EIR. There's various routes that it can go.
It's just like day follows night. You can see what's going to happen next, can't you? You don't have to answer that.
I can't
it's rhetorical.
speculate.
Yeah. So let's go to the parking issue for a minute. Is the amount of parking available, is the amount of parking possible maximised in the floors of parking that are being created?
We believe so. We've worked with the applicant extensively and with our transportation planners on the parking layout and making sure that the bicycle parking, both long-term and short-term, is appropriately placed in the project. There's quite a bit of space taken in the garage for the long-term bicycle parking. You know, it meets, right now it meets code in terms of turning aisles, circulation, that kind of thing. So, you know, based on that review, what's in the parking plans before you,
And the interesting thing that you've introduced for the first time tonight is these 15 spaces that the council can put their hands on and move parking from everywhere else. Was there consideration to having more of those? Because that's an extraordinarily interesting idea, that we move people from the centre to the periphery of the city and make them walk.
Right.
So was there consideration of 30 spots or creating more parking in that building where you could put longer term parking?
There were definitely discussions and those negotiations with the applicant team about more spaces, but it's also a delicate balance in terms of making sure that they have enough parking for their own project users. We don't want to usurp that parking, and create a deficiency for the on-site tenants. After all, we want to ensure that there's enough parking on-site for the users of the project, for visitors to the project, and then a balance between then an excess that would be appropriate for the city's use. We recognize that asking for more, does that mean another level of parking? That's very expensive to build. Again, not our issue, but those were issues. Those were the context of the discussions about the parking.
Commissioners, I have just two more questions and I'll come back to you. Such an interesting question, because across on the Denny's site, they put what I thought was too much parking in there, but it considerably more at their cost, without this very interesting 15 or 20 or 30 spots. So obviously there was capacity there for this parking, and it's the first time the ideas come up that we could start to shift parking from interior and make a better use of the parking we've got.
I think an important distinction is the Denny site is quite a bit larger than this in
more
Florida.
accessible, clearly.
Absolutely, and it's set out. You can see the site isn't actually perfectly rectangular. It's challenging for access, to say the least, with the train running on one side. With Denny's, it was sort of a wide rectangular site. It sort of lent itself to a more efficient parking layout where you could fit more spaces. This is not the case here. It was a lot of time spent on just making trash loading and circulation and access to this parking work.
And my final question is, how much consideration was given to producing more affordability and more affordable units in this mix? And this goes to the question I was asking the economic analyst, which is that as we entitle buildings, and as buildings get built in the city, and as the train opens up, there is a rising value in each of these properties. And I'm concerned that we capture it, and we capture it and deliver it to people who need it most. So I know that we're at 20% and 18, but on 5th Street, I think we got to 22% with an extra unit. And so my question is, was there consideration of having 20 units or 21 units of affordable?
Yeah, in these negotiations as to where we end up.
So what tipped you against it?
What's that?
What tipped you against it? So why did you land at this spot?
I think that we were looking for, we always seek to have more affordable housing than the code requires. In this case, from where the applicant initially started in terms of proposal to where we're at, it was quite a significant movement in terms of not just affordability level, but units type, unit size. In this area, the affordable housing average bedroom factor exceeded the market rate. We thought, in the context of the full package of benefits, not just the affordable housing, that this was appropriate for this development agreement. Obviously, that's part of this hearing, is obviously the Commission's discussion as to other recommendations that you may want to make to City Council.
Thank you. Commissioner Henderson had her light on before you, Commissioner Parry, but I will come to you next. So, Commissioner Henderson.
Yeah, it's okay. I've asked some questions.
Commissioner Parry, then.
Thank you. On the parking questions, and I appreciate the questions you raised and the responses. Is there opportunity with future projects? Would this DA allow for a combination of parking reservoir of the adjacent projects? And maybe it's a question for the architect, or
would it allow for
a combination of the underground parking?
That probably would be a better question for the architect as to how it's designed. It's not unheard of.
Mr. Philonis.
But if you can invite them up to discuss that.
So I'm happy to articulate the question again. As part of your considerations for future development on the adjacent lot, was the design of the subterranean parking one of the considerations where it could be, you could punch through and expand the underground parking so it's serving as one parking reservoir?
It wouldn't work because of the elevation change between each one of these sites. If you're standing on Colorado and you're looking south, you notice that Lincoln Boulevard dips down and then comes back up to the freeway. So I think we have about maybe a 6-foot elevation change between our site and the lower site. So as you keep moving south, the finished floor elevation is going to have to keep dropping in order to make the commercial along Lincoln Boulevard work with the sidewalk. So it would be very, very difficult. And we didn't look at it, and we didn't do a parking study of any sort. What we did was we determined that each one of these buildings is going to have to step down as we move south if there was another building there because of the height limits.
And remind us where the ramps are located.
For the parking garage?
For parking, yeah. Does it just keep going down from that southeast corner?
You see where the loading dock is?
Yeah.
It's just opposite the loading dock. So the ramp is on the southern edge. I think somebody's going to point to it. Yeah, he's pointing to it. Okay, good.
You are colorblind, aren't
you? Yeah. Truly.
So I'm wondering if the ramps are an opportunity, or if the ramps could be thought of or redesigned, reconfigured so that it could potentially meet up with where the first floor, like where the pattern would be for the adjacent property.
In a word, no.
Okay.
And the reason for it is because we'd have to move the ramp to the west, because the ramp has a certain dimension to it, a length and a slope. And right now we're right at that sort of maximum spot where once we get down to the bottom of the garage, we make a left-hand turn, and then we're parking on one side, on the easterly side. So it's really, 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 really tight. And to get a ramp that went down deeper, it would mean that the ramp would be longer, and we'd have to move the start of the ramp to the west, and it would impede in that circulation space.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And by the way, if you don't have any more questions for me, I would just like to say, now that I've got the mic, that it's been an absolute pleasure working with Jing and Ariel. They are the best. I'm so sad to hear that Mr. Meisner is leaving. I've been working in the city for 32 years, so I see people come and I see people go, and it's nice to have David Martin back.
What about us, though? That's interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Philonis.
You're
Commissioner
welcome.
Anderson.
I see planning commissioners come and go too.
So I share some of the same concerns and disappointment that the Chair McKinnon voiced about looking at this proposed project kind of in isolation from development of the 4-lot area, for me, I think the disappointment comes because I feel like with a plan that looks at a larger area, there are more opportunities for creative design and incorporation of open space and circulation and things like that. I guess my question is for staff. I perhaps can get comfortable with this project. I'm not sure that we would have wanted to design the open space in a different way or the circulation in a different way for this project, but what is the context, or is there a context where we're going to be able to, I don't know what, talk about the direction that we want to see the rest of the lots developed in? Is there going to be a context in which we can think about incentivizing the collective development of the 3 other lots?
Mr. Martin.
Well, yeah, there's certainly something can be looked at when you review the downtown specific plan, because these properties are within that plan area. So that would be an opportunity on this block in general without considering specific projects. So that's one opportunity. I will say that we did look at those things that we could anticipate, and for example, the alley and how that lines up with the spur that comes off of Olympic. So to the extent that we could anticipate future development of the block, we did that. And also, I think the Planning Commission's recommendation to remove the driveway on Lincoln was also, keeping that in mind to try to think about the circulation. But I think your best bet for kind of looking at the block as a whole, without having projects before you, is again to think of it within the context of the downtown specific plan.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions? Then I'll close the public hearing, and the matter is before the Planning Commission for discussion, I guess, given a number of the issues that have been raised this evening, and then for potentially motions. Would anyone like to start the discussion? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Well, I have a lot of comments, and I'd like to bundle them all. Excellent. And maybe it'll lead to a motion, but if not, I'd like to fragment each piece and look at it in sections. First of all, if in fact there is no left turn on Colorado Avenue until you get to 17th Street, what that really means is anyone who is leaving this project cannot get to the northern quadrant of our city until they drive halfway through our city east, and then they can go back if they were going to, let's say, the Promenade or someplace. So what that means is that you're going to be dumping a lot of traffic from this project onto 17th Street. So in a perverse kind of way, the sooner we get that alley through those other properties, the sooner those people can leave their building, drive south on the alley, go on Olympic Boulevard, and now they have a dozen choices. They can go north on Lincoln, they can go south onto the freeway, they can go west onto the freeway. They get a million choices. So I like the fact that the alley is ready to go to the south, but it needs to go relatively quickly. So that being said, the opposite is true. No one will go up Olympic Boulevard to try to avoid Lincoln going north, because they would be forced to go all the way to 17th Street, and then they would be able to go north. It wouldn't make any sense. So I think there is concern about the traffic circulation, but I think the real solution is for the alley to go through, and the concern about the public gentleman who made a statement that it'll become a second piece of Lincoln. It won't. This alley, if it does go through, would be great for these people when they're coming home down the 10, because it's almost like a personal off-ramp right into their residence. So that's one thing. There are a number of very good things about this project. I like the 10-foot widening of the sidewalk all the way around. I think that's a major benefit. I think this is the best distribution of the affordable unit we've seen. Normally they're all packed in on the lower floors and down in one corner. This one has them evenly distributed. There is, in a sense, the bicycle is handled very well. I think it's nice that the bicycles are very close to the ramp so people can get going. Now, I think the immediate environment is rather hostile to bicycles, because there's no bike path that takes you directly to this building. So they're kind of in a funny place where they're on their bikes, they're ready to go, but here comes the train, and here comes Lincoln Boulevard, and it's kind of hard. They're a little bit trapped, much the way the cars are trapped. But I think the effort to provide the bicycles is good. There are some notable weaknesses in this project. One is the environmental. I think having only 10% of the cars as being electrically chargeable, I think is way low for the future. This building's going to be around for 50 years. I think we should push that up to around 20%. I also think that the solar collectors has not been worked out, and I think we should have a condition of something to the effect of, let's say, half of the roof has to be solar collectors. I think that would be a good way of pushing this in the direction we want it to go. And you all know my concerns about big buildings overlooking boulevards. And I will just put it out there that this building would be substantially improved because of all these little weaknesses by taking off the top floor. This building, it would cost them 12 units, nominally 15% of the building reduction, but it would be a big improvement in how the building reads. And the reason that's important is whatever is decided on this building, it will be carried out down the street. Okay, it'll go marching down the street. This is a precedent-setting building. And one of the differences in this building and the Denny's building is this building has no penetrations on the outside wall. All the open space has been herded to the middle to the benefit of the residents, and rightfully so. But it means that unlike the Denny's project that had big holes punched in it, this one has got only one hole punched in, and that's this alley going down the middle of it. It's a great hole, works really well. But the rest of the view is a giant wall. Now, it's a very articulated wall, yes, and we're going to use more Windex on this building than we save in water just because there's so much glass, but that's another question. So the point I'm making is I think this building would benefit from being reduced in size, and that would be a nice precedent for the rest of the block as a gracious entry to our city. Now what's going to happen, you come into our city and you expect to say, oh my God, it's a city of 5-story buildings. And it basically, there's all kinds of problems with 5-story buildings. I won't go into them, but you know what they are. And when we look at this, we don't want to set this precedent. We want to set the opposite precedent. This is a gracious, low-rise city. There's space, there's light, there's view of the skies. So that's the direction I like to push it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Frisco.
My most pressing concern has to do with the street front on the east building. Commissioner Newbold brought that up. I'm really concerned that we have this really strong pedestrian-oriented, ground floor, active downtown, and then bam, it ends at the alley and it becomes sleepy residential units facing the street. I'm especially concerned because these have their backs to the street and they're just going to be curtained walls with a few planters, and that's a condition we have on 5th Street, and we can see how well that's working. So I'm really concerned with that. I would really love to see that be fine grain retail. That would be my #1 solution. My #2 solution would be stoops, something that's more than just a door opening, but an actual place. Maybe somebody would sit there. Steps are very inviting, and more so than planters, I think. But retail would definitely be my first choice. Looking also, those 4 units are really tiny, which got me thinking a lot about the balconies that we're providing in the private outdoor space, and looking around in town and looking up, and there's a lot of discussion about how these buildings are all the same with all the requisite balconies, and when I look up, I see a lot of surfboards and bicycles on the balconies, and I don't know how much private open space we're really providing. And I tried to find some kind of study or data on balcony use and so forth, and I only found one almost embarrassingly obscure study from Japan that was translated into English by a non-native speaker. But it studied 4 different kinds of developments from very low income to very luxurious. And basically what they found is that if it's under about 780 square feet, nobody uses the balcony for living space anymore. It becomes storage because they just don't have enough living space. So I feel like at the very least, some of these units, if we're going to be providing really small units like this, we should consider having storage lockers either in the parking area or somewhere in the building. Maybe we should, if we're providing an amenity, we should also make sure that people have an opportunity to use it and don't make that choice. And then even Mr. Falonis referred to the fact that he would bring his bike upstairs and store it there. And so that puts more bikes on the balconies, because when I, looked at that bike rack, I felt like I would never ride my bike if it were down there. It would just, it's just too many steps to get your bike out. It's just so much easier to jump in your car. It unlocks as you walk towards it, and it beeps at you, and it's really excited. And, and the bike, it just, we're not trying to get some people to ride bikes with 137 bike racks. We're trying to get everybody to do it. So I would, that basement space might be a great place to store stuff. I would like to see bikes more along that alley frontage, maybe having lockers where people can really access them, and that they're really front and center for the residents of the group, of the building. Those, adjacent to the lobby, there is a little bit of bike storage there, but then there's a big mechanical room and a trash room. And maybe those are better. I mean, I'm not going to design it, but, that would be a great place for bicycles and people who live there to use that alley and kind of subvert the utilities. I'm also always concerned with fine grain retail. That's why I like the idea of those little units in the east end being retail, because they would be shallow, fine, small units that the office uses up the street would be interested in, and so forth. So I'm also really concerned with how, if we break up that space into smaller units, all of that big back spaces is going to still be usable. So I think that there's opportunities to make these amenities that we're offering real by using some of that space. Let me just. Another thing that, just in terms of living in the building, I think that unit mix is, even though it meets the standard to a certain extent, I feel like it doesn't really meet our overall goals of, we're really building a new community in downtown. We're adding so many units. And I think the multi-bedroom units, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, at least 2 bedrooms, are going to be the key to getting anchor residents in these buildings who will make them real places and, encourage people who will stay and be part of the community. You heard about my interest in the possibility of artifacts underground, and I would like to see some sort of acknowledgement of that in our actions going forward. I echo Mario's feelings about the alley. I think that it would be a great thing. I think not having streets go through, we can dream that maybe 9th Street would even become a street again. So I think all of those kinds of things are long-term goals that we should think about, because we're planners. My only other concerns are more ARB type things for them to look at. This commission had, when I wasn't here, but had talked about not being madly in love with those bridges that connect the buildings, and that trellis on the roof that has solar panels on it is just, I think that's one connection we could perhaps do without. And perhaps there are better ways to situate it in so that that whole long facade is truly broken, at least somewhere. So that's basically it.
Thank you, Commissioner Fresco. Commissioner Kennedy.
So my first concern about this project, the way it's been brought to us now, is what I talked about earlier during question and answers, which was the floating element, or the corner over the plaza. I I feel because the units on Lincoln have been set back, and therefore this really looks like it's menacingly, in my opinion, protruding out from the building, and because the units are now missing underneath this element, I really feel like it doesn't work. I think it looks ominous. I understand that the commission asked for some modulation the last time around, but I don't feel like it was interpreted very well. There are other good aspects of the building, but I think like this was a misstep. And I think if we, depending on what happens this evening, I think that should be changed. I think it actually looks better the way it was, but my feeling the last time around was that the project probably could lose a few units and have more articulation and modulation, but that wasn't what I had in mind. I feel like the height over the plaza, the open air height over the plaza, isn't really necessary, and goes to the extreme. I think the stairway that's right there that leads to the upper level residences, in a way, to me, kind of relegates the ADA access elevators to another part of the building, unintentionally, but makes it seem like there are, two different entrances depending on how you access the upper floors. And I think that they should be designed so that they're more closer together. I also think that that stairwell right there is kind of an eyesore if the people that are living in the units facing Lincoln have to, when they look north, are going to always see that. I think there are many other tasteful elements of the design, but that isn't one of them. Regarding the balconies, I share some of the same concerns that we already heard about, people putting storage on, people using the balconies as storage, but they are really important, and people do use them to get light and air. And I'd like to see in the development agreement that people aren't restricted from putting reasonable amounts of plants or furniture on them. Of course, I don't want them to be used simply as storage, but it's my understanding that in the recent past, the city, whether they knew it or not, enabled some projects to be built where the residents actually can't put plants or even a seat on the balcony, and I think that's a huge mistake, and we shouldn't ever do that again. I like Commissioner Fonda Bernardi's comment about the alley, because the city's been aware of this owner having the ability to develop these properties for so long, and this one is now before us. I think that alley, if anything, that we should tell the council that we think the alley should really happen when this project happens, is so that the access is there from the beginning, the access to Olympic, I mean. I have concerns about the walkway between the two buildings, because on the one hand, I'm trying not to belittle it, but at the same time, I feel like the walkway is convenient and it will help people get from one building to the next. But on the other hand, I feel like it's like something kind of stuck there, just so that you don't have to build another, to make other accommodations for the trash receptacles and the other components that are necessary to make the building functional. So it's, there's both functional aspects of it, but I feel kind of like that needs a little more work. Maybe those walkways shouldn't be there. Maybe the other unit should be used for those service aspects to make the building run more smoothly. I like the idea of the lofts on Colorado possibly turning to either retail or adding stoops, or a combination of both. I agree that there's a lot of commercial activity right there, but then there's something missing about the activity for those residences that just seems to kind of put them, kind of tends to make them non-places. I think we should, I don't care if there's a pool in this place. I have a slight, the way this project is built, it's a luxury building in a way, and I I kind of feel like on the one hand the pool is great for maybe you've got kids between the ages of 6 and 11, and maybe it doesn't have to be a lap pool, but at the same time, I kind of feel like I would love to see more units instead of more affordable units instead of a pool. I definitely think we need to absolutely change that provision in the development, or recommend to the council that they change the provision in the development agreement saying that the retail spaces could be broken up or that they could be combined into one. We should recommend to the council absolutely that these tenant spaces be 2 or 3 separate spaces, because one of the things that I would like to see, I think it would be very good for the community, is what I explained to Ariel this afternoon through an email, which is if we keep building these infill developments with market rate housing and affordable housing and keep putting only one commercial tenant downstairs, we're going to have all these potentially blocks with just one tenant per block, and then people are still going to feel the need to drive to have their needs met because they won't be happening locally. And if we were to restrict the amount of parking in this project even more, so that people, didn't drive to it. For example, if it was one larger tenant space, perhaps a destination tenant space, people would drive to it because maybe there aren't enough residences around it right now to fill it with people that are going to it. I think that the way to find that balance is to make these. To prevent that from happening is to make these tenant spaces smaller, so that people can meet their needs by going downstairs, and those who are still going to drive to occasional places will, but we can't keep doing this with our developments. Lastly, we should tell the council not to allow any reduction in width to the sidewalk under any circumstances when they get this. We should
Commissioner.
And
yeah. Hold on.
Oh, and then my last comment, actually, the last thing that I was going to say was I think we should also tell the council that there needs to be 2, 3, or 4 3-bedroom units that are affordable.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Anderson, want to say something?
Can you clarify your comment about the sidewalks?
Yeah, I know that after we make our recommendations tonight, that the project will probably change in one way or another before it goes to the city council. They may see the exact same project, they might not. And when they get to their review of the project and make a decision on it, we don't know what they will be told by the applicant or staff or anyone else for that matter to an extent. And so my only recommendation is that we tell the council we really like the wide sidewalks around this project, and that whatever that comes before them or whatever trade-off someone perceives as, for a 3-bedroom unit or something that they shouldn't acquiesce to reduce the sides of the width of the sidewalks.
So the wide sidewalks are a feature you like?
Yes, that's another way.
Commissioner Fresco, you wanted to add something?
I just would like to have a little discussion with the other commissioners about something you brought up. You don't like that modular unit over the thing and the height of the open space and the look of the stair. I feel exactly the opposite. So, I just felt like it would be interesting to hear what some of you all felt just about that one point and see if we had some kind of consensus we could make on that.
Commissioner Anderson.
I'm with Commissioner Fresco.
Mm-hmm. Me too. Commissioner Perry.
Probably more than anything, what I like about it is it allows the depth of that plaza area.
Commissioner Bernardi.
I'm the last one to weigh in. I'm fine with it. It is going to be a little hot because, instead of having a nice low sunshade in the afternoon when the sun swings around, you're probably going to want to add umbrellas in there, which would certainly work. But it is nice to cut away the corner so you can at least see the train before it hits you, so it's fine.
Well, I think that sums that up. So
I was just going to add the detail too that I like the balance of the strong solid and the void on the bottom, right? I think it even though there's that big open space, it's also a very strong corner.
What I'm going to do is hear 2 more sets of comments, 3, including Commissioner Anderson. and then we'll attempt a motion, and as we go through the motion, I've written down a number of the points that you've all made, and we can have, if there needs to be an individual discussion about a specific point, there may be just generalised agreement, but we'll see how that works. Commissioner Newbold.
Thank you. I generally like the building. I think it's a nice, basic, and I mean this in the best way, background building in Santa Monica, and I think it's a huge improvement over what we've been doing over the past 10 years. I mean, a huge improvement. It thinks so much more about how the tenant is going to live in terms of light and air than many of the buildings that we've developed in the downtown in the last 10 years. So I think that's fantastic. I like the changes from the last time we saw it. I like the cutout a lot, although my one concern is the sun in the afternoon. But I think that corner, as Commissioner Anderson said, it's still a strong corner, but it has that nice potential for community life there. I think the bicycles, I absolutely agree that, you want your bicycles to be as accessible as possible, but I also know that in buildings where there are no lockers in the older buildings, it's a huge problem for people where to put their bikes, and you think you're going to carry it upstairs, but when you have a lot of stuff and a lot of children or no children or a small space, you don't want a dirty bicycle in your living room. And so I think the more accessible they can be, the better. But if they have to be down there, they're a necessity. And even now, even though not everybody's riding their bicycles, I think more and more people are have cars and bikes and do try to bike. I mean, it is kind of tricky right at that corner, but I don't see many people driving there to the promenade. I see them more trying to bike down there. And so I think the lockers are critical, even if they have to be in kind of a different kind of thing. Better lockers, but a locker is better than no locker. I really like the idea of increasing the electrical charging stations. I've always been skeptical, but now that I have one myself and I see that everyone else is getting one, I realized that I was a little slow on that. And I also think maximizing the solar is important, as we've talked about. I will also talk about ask the ARB to look at that portion of Colorado. I actually don't think retail is great there, and for several reasons. One, you're right across from that utility thing, and so I'm not sure that that's going to be the best successful retail space. I think it's possible that, as Mr. Falonis seemed to indicate, that they could really create more of a front stoop feeling. And I like the mix of residential next to commercial. I think that's a really nice kind of connection. I share the concern about the projects that will be potentially following and how we're going to manage that. I don't feel as though I want to stop this project because of that. I think the alley is critical, but I think the city commissioner, Jennifer, you were saying the city should get the alley going through, but I think there's buildings there, and it's all private land. The city can't get the alley to go through. So we have to then hope that ironically, these projects get developed so that we can get this alley. I'm somebody that's never supported pools in concept because of the water, but I loved what Mr. Rand said, and I do think I'm fine with this pool, and if we're going to say no pool here, we should say no pools in Santa Monica anywhere, and I would be fine with that, but I don't think most other people would be fine with that. And then I'm also concerned, you were saying we shouldn't do any more buildings where there's one commercial tenant downstairs, but I think most of the newer buildings that we've approved have multiple tenants on the ground floor. I can't think of one that has one commercial space. And I would like to see multiple tenants, but I also want to see a successful commercial space. So I think maybe we want to leave some flexibility there.
Thank you, Commissioner Newell. Commissioner Parry. And then you, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'd like to start by just acknowledging how this project fits into the overall strategy for the area of close to a light rail terminus, having a lot of housing, much needed housing, with neighborhood serving retail on the ground floor. So this obviously fits very neatly within that overall objective. So my comments are, as it sounds like there are a number of concerns about some of the details of the project, but the overall approach, it's right on. And on the question of eliminating a floor of the housing, when I look at this project, to me it looks like this could easily be a part of a neighborhood that has a really high quality of life. So I don't feel like anything is gained by reducing the number of units in that way and reducing the height of the project. And if I'm not mistaken, at least on height, you're bringing it down to what I believe are tier 2 levels or close to tier 2 levels, which takes out significant community benefits. Obviously, you lose the housing units and possibly even the alley by going into that tier 2 realm. So I think that would be a mistake. On design matters, concerns have been raised about the trellis, and I raised concerns about the bridges at the float up. And I think these are important because really one of the weaknesses of this project is that expanse, the length of the building along Colorado, and I believe it needs to be broken up. In addition, I just feel like the bridges, the going over the alley, just give it the look of something other than an alley in Santa Monica. And even though it risks, it will reduce the amount of square footage available for housing in the project, I think that the bridges should be removed, and that the trellis, for a number of reasons, should either be, the trellis should not go from the west building to the east building, but in addition, above the roof on the east building, it should either be set back or eliminated, so it doesn't read as the same height as the west building. Now these are all getting into ARB domain to an extent. Certainly I would say that what's going over the alley should be laid out within the DA because it affects the basic functioning of the building. But I see these as important issues that should be addressed in some form or fashion here. On the ground floor use, I am concerned that in general, if these areas near popular areas in Santa Monica, popular for tourists, and that get a lot of foot traffic related to light rail, that we may end up with lots and lots of restaurants, which is good, but we need diversity in the services that are provided in these newly created retail spots. So I would suggest some kind of limit on the amount of square footage that could be used in the on the ground floor. I'm going to throw out the number of 6,000 square feet, and that anything that exceeds that, has to go through some process. Perhaps it's a minor modification. We can discuss that further. Let's see what else we have. I support shifting one of the affordable units from a 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom. I do want to raise a concern I raised previously that outside of this particular project, that we need to look at our DAs as a way to address housing needs that our zoning code isn't able to address. So whether that's moderate units, moderate income units, or requiring services for extremely low affordable units. This is something that we need to think about. We don't know how many units, how many affordable units we're going to be getting out of tier 2, but we have a pretty good sense of what they're going to look like for those that do go through the tier 2 process. And we need to really focus on expanding the diversity of our housing stock. let's see if that covers all of it. A lot of really interesting comments from other commissioners. I want to make sure I'm commenting on each of them that I wanted to comment on. And you know, the 20% for the EV charging stations sounds right to me. And I will stop my comments there. Thanks.
Commissioner Anderson.
I think that I like all the housing that's being made available through this project, and I like that Commissioner Fonda Bernardi is consistent in his concerns about the height. You know, in addition to the fact that that additional story is giving us more housing units, I actually am more drawn to that kind of that design that communicates kind of more. To me, it equals more vibrancy, a more urban look. I feel like there's this very fairly limited area in Santa Monica where the kind of the physical landscape is evolving to this more urban form that I think is supportive of, consistent with the train and the transportation that's coming. So I'm comfortable with that greater height there, the 5 stories. Electric cars, more electric cars, sure. The solar collectors, I guess my only concern about what you proposed is that I think the DA already provides for like maximizing the photovoltaics on the roof to the extent possible, and there does seem to be a bit of a conflict between the desire to have more PV up there and all that amenity space. So, and I guess I'm okay with all that amenity space. So I think we just want to be careful about how we word that language. What else am I supposed to comment on? I mean, I have none of my own thoughts here because I'm really comfortable with this project. I think the design is great. I like the program. I think the package of community benefits that we're getting is frankly just mind blowing. I'm stunned when I read through what is going to be contributed to this community, both in terms of dollars and the TDM plan. I think that it's going to be super helpful in helping people to transform to different types of transportation, the folks who are living here, and I think that's really needed to get people out of their cars. So I'm excited by the community benefits package.
Commissioner Kennedy, do you have? No. So I'll wrap up. Commissioner Anderson, you might consider moving the motion in a minute, and I will then run through the things that other people have brought up, and we'll work through it for everyone.
Can I add another thought here?
Yes.
Fortunately, we already have a prototype for this building. It's just one block down, which is the big, unfortunate brown building that is on the corner of the freeway and Lincoln. And all this building really is much more graceful, of course, but it's just been moved up a block and rotated 90 degrees. But it's the same building. And this is a really tough site to work with because, let's be honest, it's a building surrounded by a moat of traffic. In other words, if Bay Cities has a parking hiccup, that tail works its way all the way down to Pico. In other words, this is a very tough site to really activate because it's always going to be separated from the downtown. Yes, it may be prior to downtown, but it's always going to be separated physically from the downtown by at least 5,000 cars per lane every hour, 24/7, and then the trains going the other way. So in a funny sort of way, the more buildings are built on this, the better chance these businesses have of surviving. The other thing is that when we're talking about parking, we've said we've reduced the parking standards in the downtown, and we're aiming for these very low numbers. But that assumes that there are nearby parking structures. There are street parking with meters that compensate for the parking that is being reduced. Well, this building will not have the benefit of that. It will not have, you won't be able to just pull up to this building and grab a quick sandwich and go. You're going to have to go down into the bowels of the building, and you'll say, well, I'll just keep going and I'll go up to the next place where I can park on the street. So there's a lot of disincentives in this building for activation. And it may not come to life until the rest of the block is built out, until the Denny's block is built out, and the affordable housing is coming in across the street. So there's a lot of other pieces that have to fall into place before this building gets really up to speed in terms of what we want it to do. And because of that, I think if we dial it down a little bit, it'll actually become a better building, have a greater chance of functioning the way we want it to. And that's the intent, to remove the 5th floor and just keep it down to a 4-story building. So that's another part of this discussion.
Cool. Commissioner Kennedy.
I have a question for Commissioner Perry about what you were saying about the 6,000 square foot ground floor commercial space. Can you explain your idea to me again? Because my idea is more like just recommending to council that they start with 2 separate retail spaces before, and making a big attempt to lease it that way before combining. But my reasoning for not combining or not renting this as one commercial tenant is because all over town, as we progress through the future, there are going to be many places on our boulevards where we might lose some retail along a block that might be 3, 4, or 5 little shops. And as those disappear and become 2, 3, or 4-story housing buildings, mixed-use buildings with ground floor retail, if there's too much complacency on our part and the council's part, we could end up with just one retail tenant downstairs all the time. And then we really will be losing, even though we're seeing some have more than one tenant occasionally now. We haven't seen comps on sizes. When we do alcohol permits, the staff says to us, hey, look, these are the hours and these are who has these permits, but we haven't seen any of that for this type of work that we're doing, and I think we should see that.
Commissioner Perry.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're after something that's a little bit different than what I was suggesting. I was only limiting restaurant use. It sounds like your idea is more about the use of the space as a whole and getting different users in there.
I see. I do support the idea, though, of having, you're saying a restaurant use of no greater than 6,000.
Right.
I support that idea, too.
So the ground floor is 10,000 square feet, so you're suggesting there could be 2 users?
Or more.
So no greater than 6,000.
I mean, there could be any number of users, space allowing.
Right.
It just it couldn't be occupied by a restaurant under this general idea, greater than 6,000 square feet, or any restaurant use, even if it's a couple restaurants.
To be honest, I thought you were putting any use.
No, just restaurants. Sorry if that was unclear.
Right. So,
thanks for clarifying that. I get it.
So one of the interesting features about this building is what has been touched on a couple of times by several commissioners, is that with the new zoning code, that a 4-story building could by right be built under Tier 2 and on this location. And what is being proposed is that a Tier 3 5-story building be built with the addition of maybe 8, 9, 10 feet. And so the issue is, which people will come down on, do you prefer a 4 or do you prefer a 5-story building? And we know Commissioner Fonda Bernardi. No, I mean, I think that's a very valid point. But it's not as if no building will be built at this site. That's the thing people have lost sight of. They keep talking about norms as if we could bring back norms, but we can't bring back norms. Something will be built there. And so the issue is, what is of the most value to the city at that location? And consistently over the last few years, if we are to protect the neighbourhoods, we need to cluster housing and development in the city and around the train station. That's the most logical place for it. So the second consideration then becomes, what do we get back for the building that we are allowing in our city? And under Tier 2, we don't get anywhere near as much as we get back under Tier 3. So the trade-off is the extra height and the 12 apartments, or whatever it ultimately works out, maybe 7 or 8, against 20 or 22% affordability, the chance to control the TDM, the chance to control the parking, and a series of other benefits, including control of the retail spaces and so on. And ultimately, I may not get everything that I seek this evening, because I will continue to push for more affordability and more benefits to flow to the city because of the value of the property that we have. But it's about the future that we are looking at on this site and in this way. And so the motion will go forward, I guess proposed by Commissioner Anderson or Commissioner Newbold.
I'm ready.
And, of course, and there will be a series of alterations put into it by us as we go, and then people will have a chance to support it or not. And I will support it at this location because of the various issues and because of the trade-off. And I think on the last occasion when we were looking at the Denny's, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, you said it very eloquently, that the extra story returned so much community benefit to the city and activated the space in a way that was unique, that you thought it was of value, and I believe that the same thing will happen across the way. And I also think this building will satisfy a need that is, in fact, east of Lincoln that we see now. There are many, many small companies that have located there, and they are beginning to move in a pedestrian way along that space, and they're looking for things to happen. And when you put people who seek to live in Santa Monica in that area, I think the area will change, and it'll be a change for the better. So, did you say you wanted to move the motion, Commissioner Newbold?
I'll try a motion.
Please.
I move that we recommend Development Agreement 12, whatever it is, -011.
001. 12-001.
Whatever it is. It's not what mine says, but with the following comments. One, that the... you have a list?
Yeah. So the first thing was...
Well,
that,
excuse me, but this is my motion, so our list might not be the same.
They better be,
you can actually you can make a friendly amendment or an unfriendly amendment if you want. That the ARB look at that section on Colorado east of the alley and make it, pedestrian friendly, more kind of neighborhood street stoops where people can see other people and interact. That I'm not really that organized. Increase the electric charging parking spaces from 10 to 20, I think was suggested.
Yes.
That the bike storage, you relook at that to try to make it, as accessible as possible.
You want my list now?
Yeah. I'll see. What is your list, and I'll say yes or no.
I'll second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Seconded. The second thing raised by Commissioner Fonda Bernardi was the amount of solar collectors on the roof, and he was proposing half the roof or a maximum level possible.
Well, half the roof, it's too confining because we don't.
Can I speak to that?
You may.
Half the roof was achieved on another building that we looked at on 5th Street, and it had plenty of rooftop amenities and room for its mechanical things. So half the roof, I think, should be our new minimum standard.
So and half the roof meaning, how do you measure the roof? Is it the half the roof that they've just whatever the whole surface area is?
Well, obviously, it has to be a roof. You're not going to take out the pool and put in solar collectors.
Okay,
See what I'm saying?
I'm fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You've convinced me.
Well, the seconder has a question for staff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And there you are.
I just wanted to clarify, just so the commission understands, there is a provision in the DA right now about maximizing solar on the roof. I want to clarify that as part of your motion because there are fire code, building code requirements that prohibit, stuff being put over it.
Yeah, but it's not 8%, is it?
Equipment. I'm sorry?
It doesn't restrict it to 8%.
No, but the way it's written, I
just
just want to clarify in the DA, it does say to maximize solar on the roof everywhere that it can be put other than those areas, and then also there's a limitation on how much tenant amenity space can be covered by solar canopies.
So
that's on
Go
page
ahead, 'cause
12 and
I
13.
think that's sufficient, but as seconder, I'll go along with it if the maker
Well,
I'll
I
stick
guess
with it.
that sounds really reasonable to me, and I'm not getting.
The proposer came up with the applicants came up with 8%.
Well, they came out with 22 kilowatts, which is, there's nothing.
Right, but I
so
thought, my understanding that was just a first cut. I mean,
well, obviously it was the first cut, but the point I'm making is getting to 50% is very easy to do, even when you consider mechanical amenities, roof access, perimeter access for fire. There's a whole bunch of things that go into it. But it's a doable thing. It's not like, oh, we're asking for the pie in the sky.
then let's go with it, and they can argue in front of City Council if they don't.
So
like
that's
it.
the second thing. I think you mentioned the stoops on the
Yep.
east side. The fourth was the storage lockers were important in the basement space. I think that was Commissioner Fresco's point, which was slightly different to the access to bike storage going to the alley.
Right, they were all separate, but
You know, I guess I feel like that's really up to them as a developer if they want to provide that amenity, if they can fit it. And I actually don't care about extra storage so much. I mean, I don't feel like that's so critical. There's so many other things that are.
If we require that they provide an amenity of a balcony, and that's required, shouldn't we make sure that they make it possible for people to use them as living space?
Yeah, but I don't think that those are. I think people will use them how they use them, and I think
That's
if there's
true
storage,
too,
people
but-
just keep more stuff.
Commissioner Kennedy, do you want to speak to this?
I wanted to make an amendment, add something else.
So I'm not accepting that one right now. Go on.
Do you wish to move that as an amendment, Commissioner Fresco?
I would like to, yes.
Please.
I move that we add storage in the basement, particularly for the units under 800 square feet.
Is that seconded by anybody?
I'll say. Yeah.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi. So all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against? So that's 3. So it's 4-3.
I don't even know what you're doing, but
I'm
yes.
I'm having a straw vote on it so that you get a sense of where the commission is.
Right. I did not vote for it. It's not in my thing.
Right.
But if it's the only way that this will pass, fine. Let's get moving. What's the next one?
And maybe it's worded in the same way that you worded the bike parking
it's
or
convenient
lockers
or if it's-
accessibility is to
Fine.
reevaluate.
Fine.
Right. There was the commissioner's artefacts point that I think is covered by state legislation but could easily be written in.
Just as an alert.
Fine.
Okay.
I think it's in the. Isn't there something already in there at DA about?
Well, there's state laws that protect them, but,
Okay, fine.
I think the point made about fine grain retail was probably picked up by Commissioner Parry's 6,000 square foot maximum on the retail, on the restaurant, or not? How do you
I
feel?
think we should say the words.
Well, the development agreement currently says, for purposes of this agreement, given the property's location, active neighborhood serving uses of not more than 11,000 square feet of usable area shall be deemed small-scale establishments, and that restaurants are automatically deemed active neighborhood serving uses. I like the idea of doing whatever we can do to encourage more than one use there.
So we need a form of words, Commissioner Fresco.
Maybe we can change that 11,000 to 6,000, and then.
Okay, that's a proposal. Commissioner Parry.
You're suggesting that, I'm sorry, changing what? From 11,000 to 6,000?
Well, it's kind of sort of saying the same thing, but right now it says restaurants are automatically deemed to be active neighborhood serving uses, and
Well, the 11,000, am I right? That's just describing the amount of space on
right,
the ground floor.
But if we,
so I wouldn't be saying change that number. We'd want to maintain that amount of ground floor retail space.
That's right. So anyway, I like the idea of the 6,000 for restaurant. I don't think to me, it doesn't mean there only has to be one restaurant. It could be two. Mm-hmm. But so the best.
Maybe you're suggesting. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, please,
Maybe you're
Fresco.
suggesting that any retail of any kind, restaurant or not, over 6,000 square feet has to have a CUP. Is that what you're saying?
I still feel like that could possibly lead to one tenant, though.
Can I weigh?
Is there can staff offer
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, and then we'll talk to the staff.
And is that the case? We could still end up with one tenant that way. Is that correct?
Could I come at it from a different direction? Recognizing this is a very difficult site and very difficult to activate, maybe we're getting in the weeds and micromanaging what should happen, and maybe we should let market forces and the developer, it would be a wonderful thing if we got a lot of restaurants. That would tell us that's a super active corner, you know what I'm saying? So I think the less we shape it, the better chance it is to be what it could be, because just getting this balloon off the ground is going to be a difficult assignment. So I know it's not in alignment with the motion, but I'm looking at it.
It's my motion, and I agree with you. So.
Well, thank you. Hardly ever happens.
The assertive commissioner.
No, I'm just I want to get this moving. I think that it's. I totally understand where you guys are coming from, and I think in this site right now, we just want it to be successful, and so we may have the opportunity, if further buildings come along and this is a successful site, to do some more fine grain. But I would. Do
you accept Commissioner Parry's 6,000 square feet?
No, I don't. No.
Phrased as anything over any restaurant over 6,000 square feet, or any would you need a CUP? Phrased that way.
I'm just not accepting it right now.
Okay, so let's move on. The next point that was made was that ARB look at the bridges and the trellis on the roof. I think that was a point from.
I think but I think you wanted something more than that. Can you?
Yeah, there are two parts to it. One is removal of the bridges and the trellis in between the buildings. So I'll just state that one point. We can discuss that.
Commissioner Anderson.
Can you help me to understand why you don't like those? I'm not getting them.
Well, to me, I question whether people will interpret it as an alley that they can go drive through. That's part of the picture, and
is it supposed to be that though? I mean, you're saying that
at some point in the future, that's the idea, that it will serve as an alley in between Olympic and Colorado.
But for people who are using the site,
that wasn't my understanding.
No, it's going to be an alley.
Oh.
So is there support among the Commission for Commissioner Parry's point?
I'm trying to understand exactly the problem that we're trying to solve here, because the way I'm looking at it, those bridges in some ways unallify the street. Otherwise, you could look down and see all the trash. This is a way of sort of containing it and making it part of this project and making it more of like a courtyard like you might have in a European building, where you would drive in under a gate and you'd be inside surrounded on all sides by the building itself. And so I'm trying to understand the concern, and maybe you can walk me through the steps.
I mean, just fundamentally, maybe I think they're extremely functional.
No, that's great, but there's some part that you don't want it to be an alley, or you do want it to be an alley?
No, I do want it to be an alley, and I want it to read like an alley to somebody looking at it. And I'm concerned that because of the bridges, it will look like all private property.
I see. So you're trying to make it more accessible as a street, less as a courtyard.
That's right.
That's your intent. Okay.
And there are also design implications for the appearance, having those.
Well, can I try something? Because I think I also agreed when we first saw the project that I think my issue was more that it made the building look too long on that side. And I don't know why I'm not having that feeling so much tonight. And I don't think this will solve your problem, but what I might suggest is that the ARB look at the trellis and the bridges to make them help to articulate the two buildings to read as not one long facade. That's kind of what my issue was, and I actually love how you're talking about creating this kind of doorway to go through.
So, Commissioner Parry, would that get towards where you want?
To what he means, but
no.
I'm with you.
So, do you want to try it with the motion, or do you want to just leave it the way Commissioner Newbold has put it in the motion?
Well, I will leave it at for now.
Okay.
I'll see where this motion goes.
Right, okay. Point 9 from Commissioner Kennedy was that balconies should not be prohibited from having plants and other things on them.
That's fine.
There was the retail space issue that she raised. I think we've heard. Please, Commissioner
Affordable
Kennedy.
housing. I think I'd like to ask the maker of the motion if we can recommend 2 3-bedroom units. And I think if they're going to
2 3-bedroom units?
I think that this 2 3-bedroom affordable units. And I personally would like to see them remove the market rate units to do that. But maybe it's a one and one, or.
I mean, I'd love to see 2.
But I think this
3-bedroom affordable units. I guess I
think in a tier 2 we would see 2. So.
Would we?
Commissioner Anderson.
I'd be comfortable. I guess I would propose that we recommend switching one of the 2-bedroom 80% units to a 3-bedroom 80% unit.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
That's a starting point. I think if I could just weigh in for a second, I think I had proposed earlier that we add a couple of affordable units, and I would certainly like to have a straw test from the Commission about that. So we move from 18 to 20, could be 2 studios.
Do you want me to, you have an idea, go for it. I don't know what you're asking.
I would like to propose that we move the number of affordable units up from 18 to 20.
What about what we just said with the 3-bedroom?
Well, that was a done deal. I thought we'd already done that.
Well, I'd like to clarify that my affordable unit should be at 50, but not at 80.
Yeah.
A 3-bedroom, the way that I made my asked for my friendly amendment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not comfortable with adding any more affordable units.
Okay.
I mean,
But
I think
the maker of the motion.
No, there's 2 separate things running, I think.
Oh.
One is...
I'm just contributing my opinion.
Yes, I know.
I mean, I think
but
we always
just
want
wanna
more
sort through it.
affordable, but I also think we have a really good package. So why don't I'm sort of lost of where we are with how many affordable units now.
I think you
want to do 20?
Yes.
Plus, well, you want to do 21 is what you're saying.
No, I want to do 20, but one of the previous units that had been 2 could switch to a 3. So I thought the 2 to 3 was already a done deal, that we'd accepted that within the 18. Now I'm saying I'd like to add 2 more.
Oh, I see. 2 more what, though?
I'd be happy with 2 studios.
Chair, are you asking that your 2 to a 3-bedroom be at 80 or 50? Because when I brought it up to you a moment ago as we were going through the list, my suggestion was, and it sounds like I'm not going to get 2, but the one would be at 50.
I guess I'm happy we test that with the mover of the motion.
It's fine with me.
Okay, so that's a done deal. Now the question is whether we add 2 more. And
we can add 2 more. I mean, I think we're getting.
You know, this is really important to some of the people who might get the apartments.
You don't need to talk to me about doing affordable housing.
I'm not trying to be
that
offensive,
way.
but you win separate apartments.
I understand, but
bit by bit, and it's hard work.
I think 2 studios would be so much less meaningful than just adding 1 2-bedroom affordable unit. You know, I think that those multi-bedroom units.
So you're proposing we go from 18 to 19, but the next one be a 2-bedroom unit.
Right.
Okay, I'll go with that then.
Fine.
Okay.
Fine.
So that's 19. That deals with my affordability. I had the issue with the pool. I think that
we've done with that.
You're not switching the pool. Okay, big mistake. So, are there other issues that I have not been able to capture here that people feel? There is one other that we wrote into a previous DA that the ARB had the right to change up to 5% of the property, because on other occasions the restriction of 2% has not allowed them to make significant enough improvements to the building when they get to actual drawings. So I'd like to propose that as well, and that may cover the trellises and
that's fine.
The solar. Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Kennedy.
I would like to specifically tell the council that we like the wide sidewalks around the project, and we
yes,
don't
absolutely.
think that they should be reduced under new circumstances.
Oh, apologies. How do you feel about that? Yes, that's done. And Commissioner Fresco.
Okay, I have another on-the-edge suggestion here. Perhaps the developer could make a good faith effort to offer Edison a paint job.
How about a mural?
Or a mural, or But, you know, I don't see Edison doing much. In my researches, I discovered that that has been a power station since the beginning of time.
I totally hear you, but I think we have to remember this is the more we can focus on the big critical issues, the more likely we are to get these things actually to happen.
That's true.
I also don't believe that we can tell one person's private property to do something on someone else's private property.
It's a little. I told you it was out there, but you know,
I don't
it's
think we're
just
allowed to do
such
that.
a huge.
Right. Okay, Commissioner.
They've heard you. I guess that's.
Commissioner Perry.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my second. I feel like adding the affordable units. While I support affordable housing, everybody does. Lots of people do. It just doesn't make sense in this context.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone else want to second the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. So, are there any other points to be made at this stage? Otherwise, I'll call the motion.
Can you clarify what the
heck?
Can you clarify what the affordability change was? Because I'm not sure I support. I'm sure I support the motion. I just seconded it.
Okay. So, in the one of the 2 bedrooms becomes a 3-bedroom
At 50.
at 50, and that we add another 2 bedrooms, so we have 19 apartments in total that are affordable.
I mean that the economics of the deal are significantly impacted by adding affordable units, right? I think there's a delicate balance in the whole package that has been presented to us. There's a lot of dollar cash contributions being made to the city to address a whole slew of different issues, and there's I think it's interesting the way the economic analysis is done for the affordable units, and I understand why it's done this way, because you got to figure out some way to present it to the Planning Commission, where what's communicated to us is that the impact to value is about the cost to build that unit, but I actually think that the impact to value is significantly greater because it's really about the differential in the revenue side. So I think that the burden is too great to ask for both the switch from a 2-bedroom 2-bedroom 50%. To a 3-bedroom 50%, and to add another unit.
Commissioner Kennedy, you wanted to speak on that?
Well, I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Anderson and say that even though the base project that they did for the analysis assumes that there was 32 feet of development and perhaps even assumes that there was residential, but there really isn't. And so the reality is it's a vacant lot. And the actual the enhancement is so much more exponentially bigger than we even are told in the financial analysis. And we're not talking about actually adding more units. We're talking about just changing them, which they were already going. There's expense already built in to create those units, and so reconfiguring them, I personally feel like the expense really isn't that great. And by adding 2 more units might not seem like a lot, but as you pointed out earlier, and I did too, the 3-bedroom at least brings us closer to what we've talked about all these years, it feels like, putting more 3-bedroom and family units at an affordable price in our new developments. And so I think this would be a really good message to send to council, even though this project, in my opinion, has some flaws. Adding these 2, changing really these 2 more affordable units adds a great value to the community and to the future of that neighborhood.
Chair?
Yes.
If I may.
Commissioner Perry.
I'd like to suggest that we bifurcate the motion, break out the affordable housing question, and just let's grapple with the main motion, and then after that vote on whether to increase, as a recommendation, increase the number of affordable units.
Okay, I think that makes sense. So let's call the motion then. And there will be 2 motions. There'll be a main motion that we have elucidated on, and the second motion will be the level of affordability in the project. Correct?
So just to clarify, there's no component in the motion that we're voting on right now modifying anything related to the affordable units. Is that what we're saying?
Was that your
extracting
proposal?
that point?
What was the intention?
It's just the adding the unit.
Adding the unit. So
Okay.
the 2-bedroom shifting to 3-bedroom
Okay.
is at 50, I think, is where the motion was. That's still a part of the main motion. But I do have a request for an amendment.
So, as I understand it, the first motion will be that amongst the 18 affordable units, 1 2-bedroom become 3 bedrooms at 50%. And then you intend to move an amendment to that, to the main motion. And then we will consider a second motion about whether we increase the number of affordable units from 18 to 19. Is that your proposal?
Yes, anybody that wants to see the change is going to be making the motion.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Now, what was your final point?
Well, I wanted to ask for some language in there for ARB to give attention to addressing that long horizontal expanse along Colorado. I don't think that the instructions the request of ARB address that.
Well, I think what I said was that that I do think it addressed that, but maybe not as much as you would like. That the ARB look at the trellis and the walkways as it relates to the length and the perception of length, and trying to use those to differentiate the two buildings.
Yeah, I mean, would you just tweak it to including those things, but look at the entire?
Yes, done.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Commission, as I understand it, we're going to have two motions. One is the main motion that is being moved, which includes the affordability of 18 units, one of which will be switched from a 2 to a 3-bedroom at 50%, plus the suite of other issues that we've raised here now over the last 20 minutes or so. And then there'll be a subsequent motion, which will be to add another affordable unit. Roll call.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
No.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Newbold?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
Chair McKinnon?
Yes. And the second motion, I guess, has to be moved.
Well, I'll move that we add another affordable unit for a total of 19, and it should be a 2-bedroom at 50.
And I'll second that. Could we have a roll call on that?
Yes. Commissioner Perry?
No.
Commissioner Newbold?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
No.
Chair McKinnon?
Yes. And that then concludes consideration of Development Agreement 12001, 1601 Lincoln Boulevard. The Commission will now take a 10-minute break, and we will resume with consideration of the Hollister Avenue. And Commission, there's one other thing we will have to do when you get back, which is decide whether we'll hear the hedge appeal tonight. We'll decide whether we hear it tonight. Yeah. Actually, Commission, before we go, Commissioners, so we have a rule that new items after 11 o'clock need a motion. We are obviously going to the Hollister Avenue appeal. The question is whether people are prepared to stay and hear the subsequent appeal at some point that will be 11:30 or 12 o'clock, or that we continue it until the first meeting in October.
I move that we continue it to the first meeting in October.
Is there a seconder for that?
I'll second.
Commissioner Parry. Any discussion? All those in favour? Yes, go on.
I was going to say, doesn't that start making things back up, and isn't it worth it just to tough it out?
I have been informed by the planning director that, in fact, there is some space on that agenda, and so it would be acceptable. And we would at least be telling the people here early in the evening that they, despite the time they put in this evening, could go home. Do they get to go first on the next agenda? Yes, they do.
Okay.
So there'll be a 7 o'clock. All right. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. All those against? No.
Hello? No, I'm against.
So you're against.
Yes.
So those of you who are here for the appeal on the hedges, we have just moved it or continued it to...
I need to make a statement after you finish this.
Yeah, we have moved it to the first meeting in October at 7 o'clock. Commissioner, City Attorney.
Yeah, I just want to advise you on for 8B. I will not be advising you. Another attorney in our office, Heidi Von Tocklin, will come and advise you. One of the owners in the matter on 8B is director of finance and operations of the school that my daughter goes to. My daughter is close friends with her daughter in the same grade.
Right.
We have socialized on occasions, and I don't think there's an actual conflict. There is the appearance of a conflict, and so to avoid that, Heidi has graciously stayed and is ready to come aboard.
So will you watch us on television when you go home?
Of course.
So thank you to everyone who came for the hedge appeal. We'll see you in, I guess, 3 weeks, and the rest of you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
apologizing. I was like, oh my God.
All right, Planning Commission, if we could. Do you need to? What? Oh, okay, great. So, welcome back. We are now going to be dealing with item 8B, an Architectural Review Board Appeal, 15 ENT-0077, 142 Hollister Avenue. And just before we start, Commissioner Fresco would like to say something.
I'd just like to disclose on the tails of Attorney Rosenbaum's disclosure that I also have children at the same school, although we have no personal relationship with the owner who is associated with our school.
So the rest of the Commission need to make ex parte communications. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, I visited the site and met with the tenant.
Could you tell us what the date was and the time and about how long you were there?
I was there maybe, I'd say 45 minutes, and it was last Friday.
Thank you. Commissioner Fresco.
I also went to visit the site and on the invitation of the tenant. I didn't put in my notes exactly when it was, but it was maybe a month ago. I also served on the Landmarks Commission at the time that the structure of merit designation was done.
Excellent. Commissioner Kennedy.
I did visit the site, but I can't recall the date because it was over a month ago. And I spent about an hour and a half there and walked in and around and through and spent a lot of time right underneath where the existing balcony was, just looking at the parking and envisioning the balcony.
I also met with the tenant at the invitation of the tenant on Monday, August 24th at 1 o'clock for 45 minutes. And he walked me through the building and gave me the history of the building and the back part.
Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I spoke with the appellant by phone for 20 minutes on February 17 of this year. We discussed the history of the deck and timing issues regarding the appeal. And I visited the site on June 30 at 4 p.m. and spoke with the appellant for 45 minutes regarding the history of the site, neighborhood contacts, and the reasons for the appeal. I also spoke with Julie Lopez-Dodd this past Monday for about 20 minutes regarding the neighborhood context and the Planning Commission's jurisdiction on ARB appeals.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
The date that I visited the site and spoke with the tenant was on June 12th at 10 a.m.
Right. And I visited the site on June 22 at 11 o'clock until 12:30, conducted a site inspection both inside and outside the house, and I looked around the neighbourhood. I spoke to the appellant this afternoon at 12:13 for 16 minutes, and I also spoke to Mr. Ralph Metcher, who's offered some architectural comments at 2:30 this afternoon until 3 o'clock. That being said, could we have a report of the Planning Department? Ms. Page.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Grace Page, Associate Planner, and currently serve as the City Planning Liaison to the Architectural Review Board. Tonight before you is an appeal of ARB Approval 14 ARB 326, which involves the rehabilitation, design, colors, and materials for a building located at 142 Hollister. I provide you some brief site information. The project is located in the Ocean Park OP2 zoning district. The lot is approximately 12,075 square feet. The site is comprised of 5 residential units. 4 of the units are referred to as Horatio West Court, designed by architect Irving Gill. It provides for 4 units that's developed in 1920s and designated as a city landmark as well as on the National Register landmark as well. The subject building is located at 142 Hollister. It's highlighted in blue there. It's a single-family structure, relatively constructed around 1902 to 1909. and it was given a structure of merit designation in 2010. So all the structures on the building are considered historic resources here in the city. This next slide is indicating the scope of work that was proposed by the applicant, which is the owner of the property. It included painting the exterior a gray with white trim accents, and it was also to propose modifying the rear elevation of 142 Hollister. The picture located above is the existing unresolved state of the second floor. There was a balcony that's been removed, and so what was remaining are 2 balcony doors, and the current state shows that it's been covered with some plywood. The unresolved condition has been cited by the Code Compliance Division, and there's a pending case. It notes the precarious situation and that the order was to meet the technical code to remedy the unresolved condition as seen above. In response, the applicant submitted the design depicted on the bottom half of the screen for the ARB to review. The applicant's proposal involves filling in the door openings and then placing a new window to the right of each existing window. So here are the existing windows. They would propose a new window here and a new window here on the right. The openings would then be filled in, and clapboard material will be used. Upon the review of the design on February 2nd, the ARB reviewed the proposal and approved the design with the condition that the placement of the 2 windows occur within the door openings. So I just have a quick version of staff's take on how that might appear. They'd take the 2 windows, put them in the door openings there. They'd fix the header above, which was cut through when the doors were installed, and then they'd replace any openings with the clapboard material. On the right hand, it depicts the rear elevation that is predominantly visible from, predominantly screened, but visible from Wadsworth. So the view down below is if you're standing on Wadsworth looking north. You'd have to be pretty much aligned with this line of sight along that driveway to capture what's highlighted in yellow is pretty much this area here. So that is what is visible from the public right-of-way. The next slide depicts that the filing of the appeal was done in a timely manner on February 10th. The appeal statement in its entirety is provided in the staff report as attachment C. The appellant does state that they have issues with findings A and C, which refer to the design being expressive of good taste, good design, and contributing to the beauty of Santa Monica. Finding C refers to the design being compatible with the surrounding developments. Concerns are also expressed that the design is architecturally, contextually, and socially incompatible. The applicant has also expressed issues with safety, open space, and sustainability. Other issues about building conditions, code compliance, and parking are also raised. However, such issues are not before the Planning Commission in the de novo hearing of the design. So that includes the overall appearance, the color, and the materials that are used. The Planning Commission, in its de novo review of the appeal, must determine whether the proposed project meets the findings that are listed A through D here. And because the building is considered a historic resource, they must also determine that the project is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And a list of those guidelines are provided as attachment E in the staff report as well. Issues to consider. In your review, you're going to want to look at seeing if the design is meeting the required findings and if it's consistent with the standards. And staff recommendation and alternative actions. The staff recommendation is to deny the appeal and uphold the Architectural Review Board's approval, findings, and conditions. The commission also has the ability to articulate revised findings and/or conditions to either approve or deny with or without prejudice. So those are the options that are before you tonight. In terms of public noticing, there was a notice provided in the daily press, and as required by the Architectural Review Board, a sign posting at the site was posted at least 10 days in advance of tonight's meeting. Staff received a series of email correspondence in support of the appellant's request, and then staff also did receive some correspondence from the applicant all of which have been forwarded to the secretary, and copies have been provided electronically. Staff did not receive any telephone calls or actual written correspondence via, U.S. mail. I'm joined today by Principal Urban Designer Steve Traeger and City Attorney Heidi von Tonglen. So if we're here to answer any questions that you may have at this time. And thank you.
Commissioner Newbold.
I think I was rifling around in my papers when you showed the picture of the windows in a different location. That's the one that the ARB approved? Is that?
The ARB approved reviewed what was shown in the right-hand corner, and that is the applicant's request. And the applicant's request is what they're also asking for the Planning Commission to review tonight. What the board approved is this version, here I'll animate it, is to place the windows in the existing opening, repair the header, and then fill in the material.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard you say, but then I couldn't believe that was true. Okay, got it.
The direction, the Architectural Review Board reviewed the proposal. They indicated they didn't want to create a sense of false history.
Gotcha.
This sort of arrangement of the pair windows is what is also visible on the front elevation of the building. And so the board felt that the applicant's proposal was sort of creating a false sense of history.
Gotcha.
And so the existing openings were used.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fresco, do you have a question of fact?
No, I don't have questions. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, Commissioner Parry.
Is the trellis a part of the conditions? Is it a part of the approval?
It is part of the plans that were submitted by the applicant. It was not specifically conditioned as part of the building. It is a freestanding trellis element that is intended to sort of create an area where plants may grow and soften that transition between the building face itself and the parking area that's immediately adjacent to it. But should the commission want to specify that that trellis be part of the overall building design, they may choose to do so.
Thank you.
So we will now move to the appellant, who will have, because we have received only 4 chits, 10 minutes to speak. Mr. Oh, 15? I thought we cut it back.
Yeah, it's 15 with less than 7.
15, okay. Go ahead. But you will only take 10 minutes, won't you? Great. Welcome, former Mayor Feinstein.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair McKinnon, commissioners, staff, and community members. I'm a 30-year resident of Ocean Park and 30-year resident at this property, and I'm coming tonight both to speak on planning issues and to speak from the heart. I filed this appeal because I believed what both the ARB approved and what the applicants have offered as an alternative is a flat, boxy, closed, ugly, and antiseptic approach that doesn't fit with our neighborhood, that's in bad taste, that's incompatible with our neighborhood. And I want to both elaborate on that and then suggest a more positive alternative for you. And I think the maybe way to think about it first is, if there was a vacant parcel in the South Beach tract and somebody bought it and came and went to staff and said, what should we do here? This treatment is exactly the opposite of what city staff would say to somebody. This is a closed to the neighborhood sort of treatment. It's not open to the beach environment, etc. So just putting that as a general context, this isn't what we would recommend, and I think that helps us kind of see whether it fits with what we do in the city. Some of the things that don't work with the existing approach. Number one, by closing up the doorways, we lose the ability substantially to have light, air, and ventilation. It's a south-facing doorway, and that's where the light comes in. And that would be essentially contradicting the logic of living in an environment where sun and ocean breezes are prevalent. So it kind of contradicts the sense of what our neighborhood's about. And in addition, it would then undermine the passive solar orientation of the existing doorways and, of course, the previous deck there. By facing the south, this is a house that doesn't have insulation, that has very thin walls, and the warming sun from the south is its most inherently sustainable dynamic that's there now. And especially in the winter, when you have the overhanging roof and having a low sun coming in, that's what actually warms the house in the winter. Take that away, we increase the need, obviously, for more fossil fuels, for all of that. And it's really anti what we do as a city, but it's also anti the Secretary of the Interior standards. And I quoted at great length about them in my appeal and one of my letters to you, and that was ignored in the staff report. But what the Secretary of Interior standards say for rehabilitation of these kind of buildings is that sometimes the best sort of response to climatic conditions is something that's already there, and that there are inherently sustainable qualities that maximize natural sources of lighting, heat, and ventilation. And that's what we had there before the deck was torn down and these doors started to be closed up. So this change would contradict how this relates to the environment. It would make it less sustainable. And since you have to make findings about consistency with the Secretary of Interior standards, this would contradict that. Then and then our sustainable city goals. Then it also fails to take, in terms of question of bad design, it fails to take advantage of the fact that there's no rear open space for any tenant. There's a small postage stamp in the front, but that's in cold shade most of the time. The warmer part in the back, because it's all concrete, the only way to get open space there is to have a second floor deck protruding out, which is what we had before. The property owners have argued in the past they're just trying to restore American Foursquare, and American Foursquare should be a flat facade. But the fact is that this building, an Ocean Park version of American Foursquare, was built, when you look at the 1909 Sanborn's map, there was a ground floor rear porch, there's a front porch, and from arguably at least 1944, some people think the doors are original, some people think it came later, but for quite some time it not only had a ground floor reaching out into the open space, but it had a second floor reaching into the open space. So this has never been a building that was a flat, boxy building in the past, and this building has always reached out into the open space behind it to gain more open space. And when the applicants have argued before they're just trying to restore, if you're really trying to restore it, then you put in the original back floor, ground floor porch, and the front porch had extended on 3 sides of the building originally. Now it's just there in the front, but obviously that would impact their parking, so they aren't suggesting that. But we shouldn't think that there's some magical restoration with a flat rear here that brings us back to how this building's true nature really was. Then in terms of some other just basics, while it's true that there is an entrance on the ground floor in terms of fire safety, right now, if there's a fire on the downstairs, there's only one stairway there. One of the advantages of having a deck there before is it gives a person a chance to get out. This is a 100% wood house. It also, by having a deck there, has eyes on the street. I know that staff says, well, this is private area, it's not the public street, it's not in front, but the fact is, this is the street that everybody watches the beach on. There are tens of thousands of people who go here all the time, and people wander there in the back all the time. I know that because I look out the back. Having eyes on the street there actually matters in this case. Then in terms of its incompatibility with the, is this, oh, eight left. Yes. Okay, great. Oh, boy. Okay. Then in terms of the incompatibility with the neighborhood, one, it just clashes with its surroundings. There are a lot of very interesting buildings on all the sides. They're uneven. They all have second floor rear decks. There's a mini community of all those decks behind the house. We talk to each other, etc. It's architecturally interesting. This says no to the neighborhood. It clashes with those styles. It closes the back by closing up the back of the house. Number 2, it closes the back on the neighbors. You've gotten several letters from the neighbors, including the 2 neighbors immediately in the back who are unconditionally opposed to this. They say it totally goes against the character of the little mini community that we have there. Then third, it also clashes with the South Beach Tract neighborhood overall. The openness of the homes in the South Beach Tract and front porches, rear decks, rear porches, etc., it's endemic across the South Beach neighborhood, and this would stand out like a sore thumb because now, again, closed box, it doesn't fit with all of that. Then you got a letter from the folks who live behind on Wadsworth at 149 Wadsworth that the fact that the old deck used to stick out helped to break up the largeness of the parking area there. By having something that protruded out, it broke that up. By having open doorways, it gave it a little more sense of openness to those folks. Then you move on to, you don't strip a house that's part of the historic resources of the city. You don't just strip appendages to it out of nowhere for whatever reason. I'm not even going to get into the speculation, but I've certainly raised at other meetings that it might be for more parking. So where I think this should go, and I'm not going to even get into, well, maybe I will, but I want to just, maybe we'll talk about the code compliance issues before, but I would say this. This is not something that's in good taste. It fails on environmental sustainability arguments, and it fails on the open space. Again, when you go back to if somebody had moved into the city and we said, what should you do with this parcel? You would say to them, provide for some tenant open space, try and connect to the natural environment, provide for public safety. It does none of those things. It loses those. So it's not in good taste from that side. I made some arguments about the compatibility. The thing that probably is the most important thing for you to do now is to keep the doorways open. No matter what you do now, keep the doorways open. That keeps light and air coming in. And the replacement windows, regardless of what approach they're talking about, those replacement windows is nothing like the ability to bring warmer air in through large doorways. And one, it's a smaller square footage. Two, you've got windows going half the way, even if the rest of the window is open. Third, the fact that the doorways go all the way to the ground is critical. I live there. In the winter, it's cold. It gets cold in the night because the heat leaves the thin walls in the house. And the lower the opening that's there, the more the sun comes in, the more it can warm up. When there was a deck there before it was illegally removed, it's not just a question of being able to have the sunlight come in and warm the house. It's also the fact that whoever lives there, and whoever lives there after me as well, in the morning when it is so cold, you can go out and warm up in the morning sun as well before it comes in to warm the rest of the house. So at a minimum, I think you need to go ahead and leave the doors. And then the question becomes, okay, what do you ask for at that point? I have submitted evidence to you from a local architect, well-known local architect, that the earlier support structure, which was never studied when the ARB asked the applicants previously to show why they wouldn't go ahead and put back the earlier balcony, they did not study simply supporting the previous balcony as a new balcony in the same way with two vertical support posts. Instead, they returned with a document at 4:30 before the ARB hearing, after the staff report was out, studying two other models that they argued were too expensive. Well, now this local architect went and looked at the old way. That old way had been there for 37 years since Glenn Small built it, at least 37, 38 years since he had built the last version of the rear deck. They were able to park their legal number of cars entirely the whole time without a problem, and they could support the deck easily. So it is possible, it's economically feasible, it doesn't require major structural work on the back of the house to do that. And therefore, if you give direction to keep the windows open and explore ways of providing a deck with as large a deck, a usable deck as is possible, with an affordability factor in there that doesn't require major structural adjustment on the back of the house, that I believe is certainly within your purveyance. So essentially, to close, I gave you a slew of written potential findings to say why the existing proposal from the landlords, and their, I mean, the one that ARB approved and what they've offered is in bad taste and it's not compatible with the neighborhood. There are a slew of residents who have given you supporting testimony that it's not compatible with the neighborhood. So I think there's no problem with saying this isn't good enough, it doesn't fit Ocean Park, it's not the soul of Ocean Park. And then in terms of going forward, keep the windows open, find a direction that allows them to go ahead and look at putting some level of a deck bare. And what staff has told them in terms of whether this needs to come back to you or not, staff has told them for years that if they do a like for like, similar of general dimensions to the 50 by 200 that used to be there, it can be approved over the counter and doesn't even have to go back to you. So I'll stop there in the interest of time.
Thank you, Michael. Commissioner Parry has a question.
Yes, well, when you say at a minimum leave the doors, what do you mean by that?
So what I mean by that is when the applicants came to the ARB in 2010 with the first iteration of this idea, the doors were open and they had a little faux 12-inch deep deck, which at the time the ARB said that's not functional enough. The staff even said that's not functional enough. We want something bigger. But in terms of the possibilities going forward, one, they could come back and say they want the same 12 or 18-inch deep deck. I mean, they could argue that. I don't know why they would do that after it lost at ARB, but they could certainly propose that again and see if you agreed. Or it could be a larger deck. Or so, I mean, it's for them to figure out what would be corresponding to that kind of opening. Maybe there's just a bar that has to go across the opening. Maybe you guys would approve that. I wouldn't be thrilled with it, but it would certainly better than closing it up. So I think at a minimum, if you say keep that open and then find a legal way around to comply with that, because what they've done here isn't legally compliant, then it would be up to them to come back, and they could go over the counter by just replacing the old deck, knowing that it is supportable without all the structural work that they had talked about. They didn't study that before. I don't know why they didn't study it before. Maybe they wanted to get rid of the post before.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have a question, Mr. Feinstein. So isn't this just about you wanting to have a deck to sit on?
The sustainability issues that I talked about before are what we would do regardless of who lived there. If I moved out tomorrow, this doesn't satisfy the Secretary of Interior standards in terms of preserving a historic building. Number two, we've heard consistently from neighbors, not me who lives there, but the people who live behind, that this is uglier than sin, and closing it up at the back is anti-them. It says no to them.
Right. And aren't the people that own the property entitled to do something with their own property?
Everybody's entitled to do something within the context of our local laws. And that's why we have a planning commission. And it's a blessing that we don't only do big picture things like the downtown specific plan, but we care enough about neighborhood quality of life to get down to this granular level.
Thank you. Anybody else? No. Thank you very much. Okay.
I have a question. I don't know if you're the right person to answer the question. It's about the Secretary of Interior's findings. If I'm intrigued by your comment about how staff. You were saying staff can't really have it both ways. Can you just briefly elaborate on that again?
Yeah,
for me, please?
the staff report quotes the findings consistently when it tries to talk about compatibility issues. And then I think incorrectly argues that, well, there's no compatibility with the neighborhood because of gabled this and, I mean, some very specific architectural features. So they say that this project has to be analyzed in terms of the Secretary of Interior standards based on its architectural design, but then it ignores in environmental analysis the environmental requirements of the Secretary of Interior standards, which specifically say take advantage of the existing sustainable qualities. And this isn't a case where you'd be telling them you have to add solar panels to a property. Part of, to again go back to Commissioner Perry's point, the open doorways, not windows which can be open, much smaller windows that can be opened up part of the way, but open doorways where light and air can flow in all the time, that is a passive solar capability that exists there today, that if you would approve their design, this would be lost. And the Secretary of Interior standards specifically say, save the existing inherently sustainable qualities that maximize natural sources of heating, lighting, and ventilation that respond to local climatic conditions. As if they wrote it for the South Beach track. And what they've proposed totally eviscerates that.
Thank you. Any more
Okay,
questions? Or
thank
are we
you.
Good?
I appreciate it.
Okay,
Thanks.
so applicant or applicant's team, you now have 15 minutes to present your case. And when you come up, perhaps you could identify yourself.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, please start. Excuse me.
Yes. Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you for your attention to this. My name is Margaret McLean. Thank you, Grace.
You wrote to us, I believe.
I'm sorry?
You wrote to us.
Yes, I did.
That was your letter. Thank
Yes.
you. Welcome this evening.
Thank you. I've prepared this in advance, so I'm not really, I may be repeating a little bit.
It's
so.
perfectly all right. Just go ahead.
I'm one of 4 owners who live at 140 Hollister, the 4-house courtyard built by Irving Gill, and it's 1919, by the way. I was trying to correct the record. Together, we own the house at 142. Taken in 1968 for the Historic American Building Survey. Together we own the house at 140, which you see there on the left, which is a rather beat up, but still pretty authentic American four-square built around 1908-9. The properties have been legally joined since the 1950s. In 1973, these 2 properties were salvaged by a group of intrepid architecture enthusiasts. There they are working on taking off the old front porches at 142. The original owners have moved on, but the current owners are doing their best to care for these. In 2012, the Santa Monica Conservancy recognized us with an award for exceptional stewardship of the courtyard. We host study visits and tours for educators, architects, historians, conservators, and students from all over the world as part of our commitment to historic preservation. So the matter before you is an appeal by the tenant of a decision that the ARB made in February. And I signed, on behalf of the HOA, I signed the statement of official action after the February meeting, but since then we've reconsidered our position. And we are asking the Planning Commission to approve the project plan as submitted to the ARB without 2 conditions. And I'll explain that very briefly. During the February meeting, there was kind of a lot of drama, and some incorrect information was introduced into the discussion, and I suspect that the ARB members may have overlooked a couple of points. So just to remind you, what we proposed, we wanted to restore the header, as you can see, close up the door holes, pair the windows, and restore and paint the clapboard. The ARB at the time preferred that we retain the existing windows and put any new windows into the doorway holes that used to lead to the balcony, and both of those conditions are problematic for us. This is just an alternate Photoshop of what the windows might look like. Regarding the first condition, the 2 existing windows actually no longer function properly. The wooden elements are very badly deteriorated inside and out. They were sandblasted. The entire upstairs of the house was sandblasted, which is, of course, a very bad thing to do. So the wood is profoundly corroded and those 2 windows need to be replaced, which is acceptable, of course, under the Secretary of the Interior standards when the damage is bad enough. Given that we will not be rebuilding the balcony, we felt that pairs of windows would provide more light and circulation than is currently available in the rear rooms and would be right in line with the American four-square style. But unfortunately, the ARB was advised at the meeting that paired windows on the rear would be inappropriate to a 4-square house. But in fact, paired and tripled windows are signature characteristics of 4-squares. And of course, the front windows are paired as well on this house. There are hundreds of thousands of 4-squares, also known as the Prairie Box house, all over the country, including here in LA County. And there's a lot of documentation available that demonstrates that the window scheme that we're proposing is entirely appropriate. I included with the letter that you have on your desks a little brochure on 4-squares that the city of Roanoke, Virginia, produces as part of its historic preservation guidance for homeowners. You'll note that on pages 2 and 4 of that little brochure, there's a discussion specifically about windows. So the architectural plans for these houses have been published widely since the 1890s. In the year that the house was built, these plans could be bought for $1, and a kit for all of the materials for the house could be bought and delivered by train to your building site for under $1,000. So no wonder these houses were popular. Regarding the second condition, the ARB felt that the door holes should be retained as a gesture to reversibility and reused for new windows. However, and I think I may not have made the point clearly enough at the February meeting, that these openings, the doorway openings, occupy exactly the location of the wall that divides those 2 rear rooms. So they currently open inward, and the wall B, which separates the 2 rear bedrooms, was sawn through, and still has never been finished, has been sawn through. So when we restore and wall A was where the original doorway into the room was leading to. I think there's a different view. You can look at the plan. So that's the way it is currently. And this is what we would like to restore it to, but we wouldn't be able to do that if we left the windows or the doorways and still in the same place. In this version, with the paired windows, you'd have enhanced light and air, and we'd still be able to restore the original floor plan. So this building is a structure of merit because it's an American 4-square, a Prairie Box, and it's still pretty authentic. And when we finish our planned improvements, I think it will look charming again, it will function well, and it certainly will contribute to its historic environment. But it's still a century-old wooden house with limitations. It's not a museum or a shrine. It was treated roughly for a long time before any of us arrived on the scene, and we're trying to protect it with some good decisions. And decisions by the Landmarks Commission and the ARB and the Planning Commission have real implications for us. We were being asked to make changes to the house that we would believe would result in a very strange appearance and would interfere with its authentic original function. Our ongoing inability to make repairs and improvements to 142 allows the continuation of an unfortunately dilapidated appearance, which reduces property values for everyone. And this matters to us. It has to. So we respectfully request that the Planning Commission take the alternative action, A1, proposed on page 10 of the staff report, to revise slightly the approval granted by the ARB by removing the conditions regarding the windows and the door holes. We understand that the tenant is disappointed that our intended improvements are not exactly what he imagined when he started this process. But perhaps he can take a moment and reflect on the fact that he lives a half block from the ocean in a 4-bedroom house, and it's rent controlled, and we're not taking it off the market. And perhaps you will recognize that we're trying hard to improve the house that he had designated as a structure of merit. We have demonstrated our commitment to preservation and good design and our ability to care for old houses. We'll be very happy to work with staff on the details, but more than anything, we'd just like to be able to get on with it. And I particularly want to take a second and thank the thoughtful report and for their considerable efforts to bring clarity to this long and involved story. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have some questions. Did you want to say anything?
I think I'm not
Yes.
going to add anything more. I'll just say I'm Barbara Whitney. I've lived at 140 Hollister since 1987. Have been through all of this for a very long time.
Come a bit closer
Thank
to the
you very
microphone.
much. Sorry. Thank you very much. I'm Barbara Whitney. I've lived at 140 Hollister since 1987. I appreciate all your time on this. I'm not going to add any more.
Well, we have some questions for you. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, do you have any indication when those walls were cut and closed? What's the story behind that? Seems like a very unusual, let's say, rearrangement of the furniture, so to speak.
My guess is between 1975 and 1985 or 87 when I moved in. It's after the initial renovation of the courtyard and the converting of everything to condominiums, but it's before my arrival in 87.
I see.
That's my guess.
Likely done in the process of creating more rentable rooms in the house.
Yes, because the house used to be broken up and rented, many rooms rented to different people. So.
But again, this seems to be counter to that because you have to go through one room to get to the other one. So is there some other backstory that we're missing here?
There's no record of the decision-making process, but we know it was done around the same time.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fresco.
I was kind of interested to see that picture of them tearing apart the porch when they. Do you have any pictures of the back?
Not
that
at
would
that
have
time, no.
been a gold brick in this situation. So the one thing I'm not 100% clear on was you originally brought forward the 18-inch, the 12-inch balcony, and it became an 18-inch balcony. And then, as far as I know, you just went away for a really long time from the ARB and then eventually came back with this proposal. Why didn't you move forward with a balcony that ARB would have approved at that time, which would have been a standard?
I don't think we ever had any interest in a big balcony back there, and we're quite worried about all the structural things that have been discussed. And obviously, there's a difference of opinion about what we looked into and what we felt was safe. But we've been through this for so long, it's now hard for all of us to reconstruct exactly what happened when. I know we had a building permit that had been granted for the smaller balconies, and it was at that moment, less than a week after we got the building permit for that the nomination for a structure of merit was introduced. So that was a direct action based on our getting the building permit. And I did want to say for the record that our opposition to the designation of the house as a structure of merit was solely on the basis that it was being designated on the basis of a false claim by the tenant that we were going to tear the house down. That's what all of that. There was a lot of Sturm und Drang about that, as though that's what was going to happen when it was never what was going to happen. So having opposed that, we accepted the decision and then went back to, okay, if it's going to be a structure of merit, let's get into this Foursquare thing. We've got our Irving Gill place next door. Let's make the house next door be as historically appropriate as possible.
So what was the balcony that was approved before the structure of merit came in? How big was that balcony?
It was the small one. It was the small one.
The 18-inch.
18 or 12-inch or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Any more questions? I have a couple. Obviously, the building is very run down at this stage. You had a couple of compliance orders, which you did not follow up on. Why not just rebuild a balcony? Why not build a balcony? You said during, I think, your comments, we're not going to build a balcony. It was a very definitive comment. Why not?
Well, we did commission in 2010, indicated that the price of the cost of building a balcony of the same size as the previous one was about $38,000. This is not, we're not rich. We have a fund that is reserved for maintaining the properties, and we have saved money, but adding a balcony that would look structurally very different from the old one because it was not structurally sound when it was built. It would be much more robust in order to be safe, in order to support itself and the dead load and additional weight. So this is not it's not consistent with the house type. It's not a priority from a preservation perspective. We felt that our money would be better invested in other improvements to the house and the back facade.
There's also been a suggestion that one of the reasons why the balcony won't go back is it would inhibit your car parking in the back area.
Never. That's not an issue. It's never been an issue.
You don't see that as an issue at all?
It's never been an issue. We have 7 legal spots, and that's not going to change.
I see. Well, thank you very much, anyway.
Thank you.
Commissioner Parry,
Yeah, did you look into the option of restoring the back porch?
There wasn't a back porch.
Oh, down below?
Yeah.
Wrapped around? No, we didn't have it.
And there's not really a lot of evidence about there having been one. There were several structures back
seemed like the Sanborn map suggested that there was some
lower
kind of
level
extension.
one?
Yeah.
Doing that would inhibit parking in the back.
It would.
And so that's been gone for, I don't know how long that's been gone. So we're more interested in restoring the front porch, I'd say, and the streetscape on Hollister. There's a lot that we can do on the front.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fresco. You don't? Okay. Thank you very much. We will now move to hear from the public. So we have 4 public comments. Linda Piera Avila is the first to speak. Mr. Jim Lawson will be the second. Cordelia Ullman the third, and then of course Barbara Kaplan. You have 3 minutes, Linda.
Okay.
Welcome.
All right. Good evening, Chair McKinnon and Planning Commissioners. I'm Linda Piera Avila. And I'm going to read a letter from Mr. Richard Willis, a neighbor of Mr. Feinstein, as that individual could not be here this evening. But before I do, I'd like to add that as a friend of Mr. Feinstein, I have visited his residence numerous times over the years, and I wholeheartedly concur with what his neighbor says in the letter. Additionally, since Mr. Feinstein's rental does not include use of any ground level open space on the south exposure, it is all the more important for him to have access to a deck on the second level, as is in keeping with neighborhood residences and in keeping with our city's goal of enhancing community wellness. Okay, here's the letter. Dear Planning Commissioners, I'm the property owner living at 145 Wadsworth, adjacent on its northern end to 142 Hollister. I'm writing with concern about the proposal to permanently eliminate the doorways and second floor back deck at 142 Hollister and to replace the doorways with small windows. Like at 150 Hollister and 149 Wadsworth, and like 142 Hollister used to have, my home has a comfortably sized, functional second floor rear balcony from which I can see the rear of 142 Hollister. Together, all of our rear balconies created a common mini neighborhood of shared function and design. By contrast, the proposal to close up the back of 142 Hollister with small windows is wholly out of character with its surroundings. Such a design seems counterintuitive to our immediate neighborhood and the South Beach tract in general. Instead of taking advantage of the available airspace to extend a balcony and provide usable space like so many other houses in our neighborhood, and instead of providing a functional porch from which neighbors can relate to each other, it eliminates it. And instead of designing something that flows with the creative architectural and design character of the neighborhood, it proposes something boxy that sticks out like a sore thumb by its absence of compatibility with its surroundings. As a longtime resident of the South Beach tract, I believe there is an appropriate neighborhood context in which changes should occur. The proposed treatment for 142 Hollister is well outside of that context. Please reject the proposed unattractive, boxy design that effectively turns its back on the neighborhood and says no to its neighbors. Please direct the property owners to return with a design that openly relates to its neighbors and the natural environment. Promoting quality design and neighborhood character is what we depend upon the Planning Commission for. I hope you are able to see that through in this case. Sincerely, Richard Willis, 145 Wadsworth. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lawson.
Hello. Thank you for all the work that you do. I'm Jim Lawson. I'm the president of Ocean Park Association, but I'm here speaking as an individual. I have too been to the property. As a matter of fact, I drive by there every morning. Waze and Garmin or GPS doesn't take me by there, but it's a drive to, when I go to work, I go down Barnard and turn right on Hollister, and I just love the feel of the neighborhood, the porches, the balconies. And so it's kind of my piece before I hit the 10 freeway. The neighborhood has solitude. It's the South Beach track has just a nice feel to it. That's kind of what draws me there every morning. I know that the special arrangement in the back of this property with the neighbors who share the common courtyard is special, and I think that the balcony is conducive to communication with friends that have their balconies also. It allows for, as Michael had mentioned, light, access to air, the environment, and I can speak firsthand because I live in a condo, but I do have a balcony also, and that's my touchy-feely to the world before I step out the door and go to work. So I had coffee there this morning, a glass of wine many hours ago on the balcony, and I eat dinner there too. It's the first place my guests come to when they visit me, and they just love being there. So I would urge you to consider to allow there to be a balcony in the back of this property. I think it's appropriate and friendly for the neighborhood. So thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you.
Ms. Ullman.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Cordula Oman, and I've been...
Could you just speak to the microphone, please?
I'm sorry, yeah. I'm Cordula Oman, and I've lived in Santa Monica for 35 years. I remember when Michael moved in, and we became friends and neighbors. I actually came before the Planning Commission one time before, in 2001. I appealed a project then that was at the corner of Hollister and Ocean Avenue. I appealed based on the neighborhood compatibility, and believe it or not, I won. My neighbors won. Santa Monica won, and we all have a much better project. So I'm here with the same motivation tonight. I was pretty shocked when I saw the proposal to permanently eliminate that cute little balcony on 142 Hollister and replace the doorways with small windows, essentially closing off the house to the neighborhood sunlight and nature. I've been on that little balcony hundreds of times, and it is very, very beautiful, or it was. And I've been in the back courtyard as well. There's an openness and a connectedness that surrounds with beautiful flowers all around, and it's always been very attractive to me. The balcony was sort of a little island of air. It was very sweet. I felt a sense of freedom and lightness. I was able to connect to the adjacent homes and saw our neighbors and dogs barking. They all have open air and second floor rear balconies facing the common open space. So this formed a unique community, a mini community where neighbors could see and talk to each other, giving this area sort of a European feeling. I'm from Europe myself, Berlin. That, of course, is lost now, savagely torn down and closed off to the neighborhood. The proposal by the property owners would change the whole vibe of this lovely common area. So please protect our neighborhood by asking the property owners to return with a design that's more open and compatible with our neighborhood, hopefully a little patio. You're sort of our last line of defense for a bad design. Please help.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kaplan.
Hi, Barbara Kaplan, Landmarks Commission. I was regarding this project as the advisory landmarks liaison. At the second hearing, this exact proposal was reviewed. I suggested not removing this window at the second floor at the western end of the rear facade, as it was not in bad shape, could be restored and matched a window to the same interior space on the west. I also do not support the forced symmetry of the design created by replicating windows from the front elevation and putting them on the rear. This was not consistent with this type of structure where the composition of the rear facade would typically be a result of interior function and not symmetrical. One can see from the Sanborn maps that a deck or some other appendage such as a rear ground floor covered porch has always existed. I think a deck of proper proportion would be more consistent with the character of the house and the potential South Beach Historic District, and therefore I suggested keeping the second floor door openings with rough openings in some form in order that they can be easily brought back if and when a deck is rebuilt. I do not think the design as presented de novo is aesthetically pleasing or compatible with this historic resource. Thank you.
Ms. Kaplan, can I ask you a question? So, is a balcony compatible with this design?
I think the balcony, the balcony has been there for a while, was there for a while. I think it's more compatible than what was presented. It's compatible with the character of the rear elevations of a lot of South Beach houses that are potential contributors to a potential district. Right. So I think that in thinking of that particular courtyard, when I first went, a small balcony had been proposed, and Commissioner Burley had gone to a meeting previously to me, and we both felt that it was not proportional to the existing rear facade. It was too small, and it didn't really work either aesthetically. But as I said, I think it doesn't need to be this balcony. Right. It could be an appendage, but I think the building traditionally has had an appendage, some sort of porch. There was a ground floor covered porch originally. Then there might have been a period when there was nothing, and then there was this balcony, and then the balcony was replaced. Yeah. So I think that something would be more appropriate than nothing.
My follow-up question to that is then, it's been proposed that windows be put in place, and the appellant has said, no, we've got to keep the door. So if you did keep the door, does that fit, or is it a window that's necessary there to make this fit with the landmark status?
I guess I think filling in it would take an architect to look at a scheme where filling in the door skillfully would maintain the rough, the frame, the rough opening, right, but have it look proportionally pleasing as an interim. Often, in historic restoration, we'll allow changes, but we ask that the rough framing remain so that it can be restored. Again, now these doors, these doors were not original, or right, we don't really know. I mean, there's no proof that they were original or not original. We don't think that there was a second floor deck in the very beginning when the building was first built. There was a ground floor porch with a roof. But I think, and the rear elevation isn't usually in the purview of, a historic review in our ordinance, in the Landmarks ordinance. We look at our historic resources from the public right-of-way. However, we do look at any improvements for compatibility. So
that brings us into this.
And yeah.
Thank
so
you
my
very
feeling
much.
is the existing doors are more compatible than forcing a symmetry by matching windows on the front and putting them on the back, which, typically the rear of these buildings would never be so formal.
Right.
So
Thank
that
you.
was it.
Thank you very much. You had a question, Commissioner Fresco? No. Okay. Response? Did you want? The applicant. That's not you, Mike. You're the appellant.
Oh, they did that first, and then I go. Got it.
Yeah. So would the applicant like to respond to anything that you've heard from the public at this time? You have 3 minutes to speak. Welcome, Ms. Whitney.
Thank you, Ms. Whitney again. I just want to say a couple things to the record that I feel like I'm kind of morally obligated to say. We've endured continuous administrative roadblocks to our plans for the last 7 years, and I believe it's largely a result of our tenant having been a city council member and having been the former mayor and being extremely well connected in the city. He knows how to work the system way better than we do. Owing to those connections, he continues to play into a landlord and tenant dispute here. But we're not only the owners, we are the next door neighbors to this property. We look at it every single day. The courtyard that the neighbors are talking about is our parking lot. We are all out there every single day. It is not an intimate courtyard. We look at its rundown condition. I think we have as great an interest as anybody in improving the building and in particular the streetscape. We want to put our resources toward the street and where it really matters for the neighborhood. I believe that if our particular tenant weren't involved, we would have had support from our plans for our plans from not only staff, landmarks, ARB, and planning all along. I think it's interesting that our attempt to restore the back of the building to something closer to its origins meets with such opposition. Opponents of historic districts usually are worried that people will make them put things back the way they originally were. We seem to be that rarity, the people who actually want one of the Foursquare houses to look historically accurate. I have confidence in all of your ability as professionals to be neutral and professional here. It just seems rare enough that when homeowners actually want to preserve a building, when they have the professional credentials to do so, when they spend their own money, and when they keep it on the rental market, even though it's a single family home with a single tenant, that we wouldn't get your support. I hope you can find a way to support our property rights and the historic preservation that we are proposing.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Parry has a question, Ms. Whitney.
Yeah, just your assertion that your goal is to restore the way this building originally was. Perhaps I overlooked it. What tells you that what you're proposing here, what you're asking for, is the way it was?
Well, I take your point in that I don't think we're proposing to put a ground floor porch around it. I think we are trying to do as many things as we can that are historically appropriate to this Foursquare house.
And that includes the windows. You don't know what the original configuration was.
No, but I agree with Ms. Kaplan that the doors were certainly not original. So we've always taken exception to the idea that we would set that up as something that would be reversible, because reversibility to me usually means reversibility to its original form, not reversibility to something somebody cut into the house in 1978. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy has a question.
Yes.
One of the letters that we received from the public mentioned...
Just ignore that.
No worries. It's all good. Mentioned also that you were landlords of a rent-controlled tenant. And I was just wondering, have you had any communication with the rent control agency in any way about the removal of the balcony as a removal of an amenity from a tenant?
No, but we were prepared for that. I figured that that was hanging out there because this was so unresolved. But we were prepared for that to be an outcome, that we had removed 200 square feet or 150 square feet of area. In other words, we accept that if that's what's part of this, that we have removed an amenity.
I see.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the appellant, Mr. Feinstein. You have 3 minutes.
Restore to the original function. The original function of the back of the house was to be open to the back of the house, ground floor porch, later second floor deck, but that's not happening because of the parking. So we're really kind of picking and choosing here. It's not really to restore it. I'm being blamed for it being a structure of merit, even though the Landmarks Commission voted 7-0. Apparently, I just pulled a puppeteer's string and got 7 people that don't owe me anything to act in my interest. The argument that this is a dilapidated structure and that the property owners are being prevented here. The fact is that, and they've said they're not rich, the fact is that I have been without heat for 21 years. The property owners have been in violation of the state building code for 21 years and have not provided me heat, despite my asking for it on numerous occasions. So when we hear that they're not rich, beyond all the money that they've spent here fighting what they could have just put back over the counter with nothing more than that, and had a small charge to do that, they have spent thousands of dollars on cosmetic changes to the house, both existing cosmetic they've done in the last year and have told me they have plans for several others. But they haven't had the funds to provide me with heat. They say it's got nothing to do with parking. But I ran into a staff member and it came out in a kind of confused way where we were both talking about something. We realized we were talking about the same property. Since the ARB meeting, somebody has gone to city parking staff and asking for an extra spot behind the house. And they were told that it doesn't fly, the measurements don't work there. So now I've gotten a letter saying that the landlords want to take away my parking that's in the front of the house. And this drawing that they say they want to now go ahead and do inside the house and reconfigure things will take away my bedroom. So I guess I'm getting blamed for the fact that there was termite damage when I called Building Safety years ago when they took down a support post because they subleased it to somebody who had too many cars. And as staff knows, staff had to go and talk to them on several occasions because they were illegally parking too many cars. And then structure of merit. So now we have an anti-neighborhood, un-environmental approach to be punitive to somebody. And yeah, I have a great deal living there. It's great. I've been a good tenant. I don't cause any problems. And I've offered to contribute to some of these changes if needed as well. I'd be happy to do that because I know we get a little benefit by paying less rent as renters.
Are there any questions of the appellant? No. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to close the public hearing. The issue is now before the Planning Commission. Commissioner Fresco.
I feel like there's a couple of things that we kind of need to talk about just basically, which is first and foremost, the word compatibility and what it means to restore something. One of the most critical things about restoring a historic structure is not to be conjectural. So looking at these really great pictures in this book about what a Foursquare is like can't be a reference for how we treat this building. Instead, what we think about is not removing any historic materials and doing things that are reversible, and when we add something new, to differentiate it, which means leaving clues so that at least somebody who is educated and experienced in these things can look at it and say, oh, that's not old. So those are the kinds of things that we try to do. So at the core, when I look at the plan that was presented, and I see that they want to change the window holes, that to me is really not compatible. It's conjectural, and it just changes openings in a way that seems right. So you're losing that differentiation. You no longer know what the original was like. So it's telling a story. So when I look at, I printed out, there were so much information coming in. I had to do my own research and come up with my own sequence of this building. Mm-hmm. So clearly it had a back porch at one time. It looks from this map that it was already enclosed in 1918. It was an enclosed area, but it was still one story. In 1950, it was still a one-story enclosed area. There was no porch yet. So what that tells us is that there was always some kind of one-story articulation in the back. In all my years as a landmarks commissioner, it's highly unusual. I don't think I've ever heard of somebody wanting to remove something in the back of the building completely. Usually they want to remove it and replace it with something bigger. So this is kind of an unusual thing, but to me, the idea of completely removing any trace of that articulation, so you no longer ask the question when you're looking at it, what was that before? That seems like we're damaging the integrity. Now, integrity is a really important thing, especially for this building. When this came before us, it was a structure of merit because it had integrity. Integrity in historic preservation is the ability to convey its significance. So it didn't have enough of that integrity to qualify as a landmark. It's basically hanging on a thread to be a structure of merit. And it's lost a lot. There's those weird metal supports off the porch. You saw the entire front porch was demolished and has been rebuilt like 7 times in the last 20 years. And, you know, so, but the shape is still there and it can still do it, but it's really fragile. And behind the building, there used to be a yard or something, we think. We don't really know. There was certainly a porch that faced something. And now it's just asphalt. So again, the integrity is fragile. So when I look at those doors, they're obviously really old. It's hard to know how old because they're sandblasted like everything else. But, you know, I see a very makeshift job. Somebody either found those doors somewhere else in the house or somewhere down the street and stuck them in there. And I think Michael had revealed a permit from 65 that said they wanted to remove the sun porch, replace it with 2 toilet rooms, but retain the roof deck. So somewhere between 1950 and 65, it moved up to the 2nd floor. So I guess what I'm getting at here is that my recommendation is that we need to retain that articulation on the back in some form. It's up to you guys. I mean, I don't know. I've never done this kind of ARB appeal before. Can we just, do they have to resubmit all new plans again to a discretionary hearing if they do something new? Or do they just go through plan check from here?
Mr. Traeger.
Well, you could certainly approve what's before you this evening if you're entertaining the idea of approving something else. It depends on, I think, the scope of that revision. In other words, you could approve something with conditions that they work it out with staff. If it's materially different, you would probably want to continue it and have either the ARB or this body review the new proposal.
So I think the question that you're being asked is if...
Can we end it tonight is what I really want to know.
Commissioner Fresco might want to move to uphold the appeal, but she's also asking you, does she need to move something else as well?
And if that's not exactly what I'm asking.
You need to clarify it right now then, because we're at the business end of this meeting.
I understand. What I want to know is I would like to see a balcony of some kind that back there. Can we describe a balcony, give it a proportion of some kind, and say, and staff can approve the particulars and leave it at that, and then we're done with all of these hearing. You know, I'm trying to.
Sure. You can certainly condition approval. However, we don't feel that you can compel the applicant to do this evening.
No, but we can condition an approval, and if they decide they want to do that, then it's done.
I don't believe you can condition an approval on the condition that they install a balcony.
Okay. All right. So then,
Commissioner Newbold just told Commissioner Fresco.
So our choices are to take what's been submitted and we could tweak it and condition it however we say, or if we deny. If we uphold the appeal, what happens then?
If you uphold the appeal, the ARB approval becomes null and void.
And then what happens?
The existing state remains, and they would have to propose something else.
Okay, because they have to do something because they have a code violation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we all understood the steps that were happening.
All right.
Commissioner Parry. You need to turn your mic on. Thank you.
I wanted to get a deeper understanding of your statement about our inability to compel a balcony. Is that because, in theory, there are many ways of, like, if we were to determine that what's being proposed is insufficient in how it, in the aesthetic that's achieved and how it relates to the surrounding properties, that we're not able to say what the specific solution is? What keeps us from saying that? And right now I'm looking at the design guidelines. Landscaping and architectural elements such as terraces, balconies, awnings, potted plants, etc., should be incorporated into the space for a more pleasant environment. Are you saying that we can't pick and choose which things will allow us to meet to make the findings, that we just have to leave it open-ended, and if they propose something that does the trick, then great, but we can't identify a particular solution?
In a sense, yes. I think the compatibility of this project is, we don't believe, hinges on a deck. If a deck were to be proposed, you could comment on that deck and condition that they revise it or tweak it in some manner, but a deck's not being proposed. Windows are being proposed, and you can certainly tweak those windows. You can talk about the placement, location, the type of window, the operation of the window, but a deck is not before you. So we don't believe you can compel them to install a deck.
Okay, and I mean, they are suggesting, they are proposing a trellis. They are not, I believe, not proposing other things that the guidelines suggest. So what you're saying would apply to all of those things, and it's just up to us to determine whether the trellis and the placement of the windows do the trick.
Yeah, you need to determine that, if the project in its entirety complies with, a few things, the Secretary of Interior standards and the ARB design guidelines. Bear in mind the guidelines are shoulds and guidelines, but we're required to comply with the guidelines. So it's a tenuous relationship.
I mean, it ultimately becomes a discretionary determination of whether the elements in this design add up to the findings, add up to making the findings.
That's correct.
Commissioner Newbold.
So, but we could continue this, correct, and articulate what is not working, and they could come back and try again with this body, or would it go back to the ARB, the real ARB?
You can continue the project this evening, in which case they would return to you
and
for
if
further
we did
subsequent
that,
review.
we could articulate very clearly what this body, the kinds of things this body would need to see.
That's correct. You could also remand it back to the ARB. That's an option as well.
So, Mr. Traeger.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, please.
If we continued it here, would they have to pay another fee? No. Okay.
No. Words to the effect, we don't believe, we as in the planning department, people don't believe you can do that. Where can you point to that categorically rules that out? I mean, I've been at the ARB, and the ARB receives proposals all the time that emerge look completely different. So, what's your authority on that, I guess, is the question.
Well, I would respond with another question. I'm not sure what you mean by things look completely different at ARB. If it's new construction, I think there's a lot more latitude in that windows are being proposed as a part of new construction or decks. So you have a lot more latitude to comment on the deck being proposed or the windows being proposed, the color, etc. But this isn't being proposed, the deck, this evening.
So we have several options. We can approve what the applicant has put forward, or we can deny it. And if we deny it, they have to go and do something else, don't they? They have to go and come up with some solution, and it goes back to ARB. Or the third thing that we can do is continue it and ask them to come back, and as Commissioner Newbold said, indicate to the applicant what we would find acceptable. Is that the point?
That's correct.
So under that, could we continue it and say, hypothetically, if we wanted to, we feel that you should come back with some with a balcony solution? What would stop us doing that?
Well, I think you can say whatever you like. I think you can say we'd love to see a deck, and that's one way perhaps to gain your support. But I think it's one of many. I don't think ultimately they would have to provide that deck.
No, but they might have to keep coming back here, and we might keep voting against it. So I'm really trying to understand what our options are at this moment. I think we all are, aren't we? We're trying to figure out. There's something before us that clearly this commission, as a group at this stage, doesn't particularly like what they see, and they're trying to figure out a way forward. And apart from just denying it, what else can we do to get the solution we're looking for?
Well, I would suggest you give the applicant direction if you're not liking what's before you this evening.
I'm just sensing that from my commissioner's comments. You might be too.
I would encourage you to try to work within the confines of the application and what's proposed, and making specific comments,
right? Okay.
Alterations for that.
Commissioner Newbold, and then I'll come back along here to Commissioner Fernando.
Well, no, I was just going to suggest that we perhaps discuss and see if we, as a group, are all on the same page. Excellent. And can do something not so specific that it doesn't meet the requirements, but that would also give them some direction, because you don't want to send them away and have them keep coming back and be in some cycle, because they have to do something.
Right. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, let me just back up a second. I think we're jumping a little bit ahead that we all want the deck, but no. Put that aside just for a second. This whole process makes me very uncomfortable, because what we have a landmark attacking a structure of merit on the same property. It's almost like an architectural autoimmune disease, where they're like going at each other, and it's like, wait a minute, they're supposed to be friends. These are historic buildings. That being said, I would look at this and say, well, what the big loss here has been that this building has no private open space, zero. And regardless who lives in it, whether they were an ex-mayor or whatever, this building deserves something like that somewhere. So, and now we're looking at the back of a building where we have a little more discretion. We have a little more flexibility in terms of making it compatible and making it fit with the neighborhood and all that. So, and I think there is some responsibility here to try to shorten this process that's been going on for 7 years and bring it to a logical and useful conclusion. So what I would like to steer this toward, if there is a consensus on the deck, which I'm sort of hearing, but I'd like to verify that before I go there, would be a kind of a performance requirement. Say, can you come back with a deck of a certain size? And I'll say 44 square feet, because that's what was permitted in 1944, it seems, from what we've seen in the record. And as an aside, I would say, if you're going to take on the burden and cost of a deck, you might, in the same process, be able to reinforce that back wall of the house, which is a very old house and probably is kind of slowly becoming more and more vulnerable to going down in an earthquake. Try to kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. That's just my opinion as to what can happen there. But I think if we wrote a performance description of where we're headed, I think, and then keep it in this group, or even hand it to staff. Say, here's the performance spec. If they do this, let them go and move on, because it's taken way too long.
I don't think we can do that. I think we have to finally approve it. But thank you. Commissioner Fresco, would you want to contribute some thoughts? I want to hear from you. Commissioner Kennedy.
My thoughts are that the removal of the balcony that was there eroded to an extent the sense of community that was created by having a close-knit community such as the South Beach Tract have those rear porches that contribute to the character of the tract. So, and I'm
there's a lot going on here with this whole entire project, and there's many elements. And I think, to an extent, I'm persuaded by the argument in the appeal that putting a balcony there, putting something back, is financially feasible. Although perhaps hasn't been explored. At the same time, I really feel like the owners have, tried hard to make something work. But then I look back and I think, but they had the opportunity to take advantage of what was proposed by the ARB, but they removed the balcony instead and are in violation of the code. So there's, a little bit of there's a disregard for at least perhaps the tenant, because they just boarded up the hole, which I see the code violation as the removal of the balcony, but also the fact that that board that's kind of covering the hole there is unsafe. And I appreciate listening to your expertise on these issues, because it helps me understand everything a little bit better. And I'm concerned that we can't necessarily say, well, you just have to put the balcony back. But I do feel like the removal of that, what is a tenant amenity, but also just the removal of the balcony on this structure of merit is an erosion of not just the property, but of the character of the neighborhood. And I have a question for staff. Is that removal of the balcony, and who knows what's going to happen in the future as this goes forward, but is this type of thing precedent setting? Is this going to, or is this a unique circumstance that isn't going to, I'm just concerned that other people will say, well, we can do this or do that, and without any consequence.
Well, I don't think it's precedent setting. Nobody's allowed to do work without permit. And so that's what we have Code Compliance Division for. The issue here, though, is the statute of limitations has run its course. So after 1 year, the city loses its ability to go after anyone who does work without permit.
And if I may, unfortunately, that issue is not before you this evening. The code enforcement issues with respect to when the balcony was removed and how it was removed are not before you this evening. And that also speaks to Mr. Traeger's earlier comments about the scope of what you can and cannot do tonight. The application is for is to respond to the current code enforcement issue that is happening, which is the not code compliant openings of the doors. So this is what the applicant is proposing. The applicant is not proposing a balcony, which is currently not in place. So to condition it upon something that is currently not there and is currently not being proposed would be outside of the scope of the application.
Understood. Got it.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Oh.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco.
May I ask the applicant a question? I mean, those guys, not him. Is that okay?
I would reopen the public hearing. Yes, the applicant, could you approach the microphone, please? Ms. Whitney, welcome back.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to find a way to bring this to a conclusion in some way and make it, and I just wanted to know if it would work for you if we could continue it and tell you what we wanted so that we could just make it all happen.
I mean, I think I can only repeat what the city attorney person said, that we are trying to propose solutions to the opening that exists and to find a safe way to close up the back. We are not proposing a deck at this point. We're proposing, some solution on the back of the facade of the house.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I want to speak to the big question. Obviously there are historic considerations within this, but I see it as a kind of a subset within basically an ARB question. An ARB question that relates to the second floor windows. And so as I look at it at its core, the question is, when we look at this, is there anything about it that, when we look at this, is there anything about it that is aesthetically creating a problem for the neighbors, or really anyone that sets eyes on this? Now, in framing the question that way, a lot of the issues, a lot of the history falls away, and it's, I think, unfortunate that it falls away, but to me it seems appropriate that it falls away, because really what's before us isn't about restoring what was there before. It really is about, does these aesthetics make sense, and does it make sense for the neighborhood? There was no requirement for a deck before. There's no requirement for a deck currently. And so while it's regrettable, I feel the neighborhood would be better off with a deck back here. I don't think that our jurisdiction on this question goes to that, because I look at this and I don't see anything that's incompatible with the neighborhood. And so my leaning on this is to focus in on what they have here, and perhaps there are some refinements to what they're proposing here, but that really the story is about this page and not so much the other things that have entered into the discussion.
Commissioner Fresco.
That's just not the whole story with the ARB, because it is a historic resource, and that's why there's a landmarks commissioner appointed to be a liaison to the ARB, who sits at the dais and comments, and, you know, getting assurance that those, not just structures of merit, but even HRI properties, their proper Secretary of Interior review as they go through the system is like a huge thing. That's what we were doing with this. So you just can't look at it that way. Yeah, it's pretty, but there's just more to it.
Well, Chair, if I may.
Please, Commissioner Perry.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that the Secretary of Interior standards don't apply. What's the standard? What's the finding that can't be met within this?
You're creating a conjectural appearance to the back based on a pamphlet about what 4 squares look like, and we're supposed to make, if there's anything about the way it appears that we know, we have to make sure that it is retained, replaceable, or differentiated from a new element.
Or perhaps you were to these requirements that you're speaking of.
Mr. Traeger.
The standards for rehabilitation are noted in the staff report. And I'm forgetting the first part of the question. As a structure of merit, we do need to consider the Secretary of Interior standards. We do need to find that you're consistent with, the proposal is consistent with the standards. Staff believes that we are consistent with the standards. We don't, and staff is not supporting the original ARB proposal. We're supporting the ARB approval with condition, which places the windows in the rough opening of the door. So we're not supporting the symmetrical 4 square proposal on the back.
Okay, so
and it should be noted that staff feels that, you know, as the back, it's a secondary elevation, and the deck, although not before you, was never considered to be a character-defining feature, nor were the windows on the rear.
So on pages 6 and 7 and 8 of the staff report are the standards. So I would ask Commissioner Fresco, which of these?
Okay, number 2 is the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. The removal of historic materials or alteration of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. So that's taking out wall next to a window. And number 3, each property shall be recognized.
I'm sorry, if I may. That's taking out a wall next to a window?
Well, I'm just saying when you're removing part of the wall, that's part of the historic material. So number 3, each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. Be windows from somewhere else. Even the front of this building would be conjectural.
So the concerns that you have when you look at this, does it apply to both the staff's recommendation, and it clearly applies to what the applicant is proposing? Does it also apply to staff's recommendation?
Staff recommendation, which is the ARB conditions, right? Mm-hmm. I guess they do, kind of. Yeah, I guess so.
Could we put?
I reluctantly have to say,
because that's not in here anywhere, right?
We don't have a picture.
We don't have that in our report.
Ms. Page is going to put it up for us.
We'll have it up for you momentarily.
Not showing on that screen. It's on my screen. Yes. Okay. So this is sort of my, photoshopped version of what the ARB condition is. So, filling in the 2 windows where the rough opening of the doors are, repairing the header up above the windows, and then filling in the space below where there might be some void space from the door opening. That was how we illustrated the condition of approval.
You're going to do it this way. You would have to differentiate those windows in some way so that it didn't convey a feeling that there was a triple window and a single window on the back from the original.
Right.
Which would look a little funny. I mean, it could. You have to be very subtle in how you do that.
The applicant's proposal indicated either using a salvaged window that was newer than the original windows on the building, the new window in general. But the exact look and appearance of it was conditioned such that the details would be reviewed by staff once that window, came through plan check.
So, Commissioner Fresco, you looking through these.
I reluctantly have to say that that doesn't contradict this, but I feel like
this being the standards, you're saying
right.
That you look at that and you feel that it meets the standards.
I reluctantly confess. I just feel, like Commissioner Kennedy was asking if it was a precedent that if more people are going to do that. My experience in the South Beach tract is that the neighbors are fighting because they're all expanding their porches. So I don't think we have to, it's just really not consistent or compatible with what's going on. So it's hard for me to, and that gets into the planning side. And the fact that we just, are requiring all this, like Mario said, the private open space. And, I think that's in our purview. I mean, if there's a second, I would make a motion that we continue this and request that we basically deny the ARB, uphold the appeal, and continue it and see if we can get from the applicant, if they can work with us and come up with a solution that creates some kind of articulation that represents something sticking out the back that would...
I'll take that as your motion. Is there a seconder?
Well, I assume my interpretation of what your intent is to continue. Not to uphold the appeal, but to continue. Because upholding the appeal ends the...
Okay, never mind. Right. That. So you could just continue it. I would like to give the
So you need to form that into words. So form the motion that you want to continue this item.
I'd like to continue this item and see if the owner can come back with an option that includes some form of articulation on the rear facade.
All right. Let me ask Mr. Traeger a technical question. When can we continue this to? Do we have a time limit on it? Or are we allowed to move it to a point within the next 2 months.
There is a time limit. We're looking that up for you.
Excellent. Could you further detail what you believe we should be asking the applicants this evening?
I would be happy with any kind of articulation. Just the small Juliet balcony that came first, anything that just has something across the back that sticks out.
You're talking about and retaining the doors.
And retaining the doors. The doors are definitely differentiated from the original windows.
All right. We'll just wait 1 second. Well, Commissioner Parry, do you want to speak until we hear from the Brains Trust?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, Mr. Traeger?
So the commission has 30 days to rule on the appeal from the time it opens the hearing, which is this evening.
All right, so that might mean that we're in early October again. Commissioner Parry.
So, I mean, then I'm going to apply, if you accept the premise that that this
what's the date today?
Meets the Secretary of Interior standards, then I would just apply that thinking that I described to what's being proposed, to what the ARB approved on the screen right now. So in other words, when we look at this, is this aesthetically compatible with the neighborhood? And
I don't think it is without the back porch.
I think one of the issues that we're running into is what's good enough. In other words, someone could say, well, that's good enough, and someone could say, well, no, we can do better, we can do this, and someone else say, we could do a third thing with something bigger or smaller or a different place. And when do we cross that line that it's good enough? And the ARB does that all the time. If we're acting as the ARB, they're always sending things back, and they're saying, you're not quite right, we don't feel quite right. And then they come back, and they've changed the materials, or changed this, or enlarged this, or dropped this, whatever it is, that back and forth discussion. If we're acting as ARB, we can do that. We could do that, even though we have to do it with a timeline. I mean, I think that's...
Okay.
I'll second
so you've seconded
the motion. Yeah.
Is it all right? I might speak to that motion then, if that's possible. So, in thinking about this evening, the incredible frustration is when you go down there, clearly that mini district down there all has balconies out the back, all of them. And they do make a significant difference. And as somebody who's spent a lot of time around terrace housing have a front, but they've also got the back, and the back is really critical. And when someone rips it down or changes it, it changes the whole neighbourhood significantly. And so applying that same test for me to this is losing the balcony really changed the way that neighbourhood operated and the feel of it. And it's clear that whatever the house was, it was changed a really long time ago with the addition of the balcony, and now the owner's proposing we're not going to put that back and we want to do something different. And we're also paying a penalty for the city issuing compliance orders and not following them up. And so a succession of things have happened, which means that we're being forced into an action that we may not want to take, and we probably shouldn't have been taking, and the owner should have done something else, and it's really unfortunate. But I'm going to support your motion because I believe that what we were presented here as the applicant's ideas were not good enough. And not everything the appellant said had resonance, but some of the things he said have resonance about the openings and the way in which the building related to its neighbours and the sustainability. And we could go on, and they do meet the Secretary's definitions. So I would like to see the applicant go away and, with the guidance of staff, come back with something that's significantly better. I understand they don't want to put a balcony, but you're at a point where you need to do something. And we're going to try and guide you for when you come back to have something that will meet the approval.
Nina, would you consider a friendly amendment that whatever it is that you are asking, that it be functional?
I think that's putting too much.
So, for instance, someone comes by and says, well, I'm just going to put a little I'm going to close up those doors, meaning they won't all function as doors, meaning they won't be openable. They'll just be closed. And I'll put a little roof over the lower door, a little tiny roof. Would that meet your articulation requirement?
I'd rather have a lower, anyway.
I'm just asking because you made it very broad and very
Right.
very general, and I'm just concerned that we may be back at the same meeting without something that is closer to what people feel aligns with the neighborhood. So that's why I'm asking:
Right.
is there another way to define it that is closer to your intent?
Function, I guess I don't really personally care. I mean, if other people, I don't know how this motion flies, but if other people think, I'd like to know what you guys think, if you think that's that important. To me, I feel like we've gone one step too far by taking off the balcony and losing that thing that makes us wonder what was there. I would always be better if it were deep enough to reflect the proportion on this map, but,
Well, as the
Just,
seconder
just,
of
wait, just before you speak, our city attorney would like to say something.
I just want to caution the commission because I'm not sure that you'll be able to compel any sort of articulation. It's gone. I know it's unfortunate that it's gone. Again, it's not before you this evening, and I'm not sure that you could, through this process, if the owner still does not want to comply, that you may end up having to just deny the appeal, as opposed to.
right. Well, if in 30 days they don't come back to us, then we can either uphold or deny.
Pardon me. I mean, uphold the appeal.
Yes.
We can do either of those things in 30 days, whether we get a response or not.
So,
Is that the case? I'd like clarification that that's the case.
Yes.
So this would just be a pure continuation.
Yes.
so Commissioner Parry wants to speak, and then I think we'll move towards dealing with the motion conclusively.
Yeah, I mean, I would be willing to support the motion if it really was focused on making what, to my eyes, a little jumble of windows up on the second floor. Actually, a jumble of windows on the entire facade, making it work. Whether it's some kind of other forms along there, whether it's a freestanding trellis or a balcony that makes that work. Because right now it doesn't quite work just from design sense. I know that it's headed that way for purposes of its structure of merit status, but perhaps there's a way that some elements could be added there that make it right. So I would ask if there's a way of crafting the motion, that is the goal of any kind of articulation or additional architectural elements on the facade.
While you think about that, Commissioner Newbold, did you want to say something?
I guess I'm kind of stuck up between two things. One is sort of the requirements for being a structure of merit, and I don't understand why Landmarks isn't looking at this.
Because it's not in our ordinance.
It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah.
And then, this idea of a porch, I mean, clearly it's better for whoever lives there to have some outdoor space, and it's so limited there because of the parking in the back. And I know that that's not really what we're supposed to be looking at tonight. You're about to say something? No? Okay. But then I keep coming to findings C. The proposed design of the building or structure is compatible with developments on land in the general area. And while you're holding it up and saying this looks compatible to me, I feel like every place I looked had a little back area. So even though we're not supposed to be looking at that, I find I'm stuck on that finding. But you're telling me that I can't address that. So I feel a little bit like my hands are tied.
Yeah, in a sense, that's exactly what we're telling you. You can't compel them to propose a balcony, but compatibility takes many forms. Scale, mass, color, other design features. We don't feel compatibility hinges on the presence of a deck. We all love decks, and we freely acknowledge there are many decks in the area.
Okay, but I could say compatibility has to do with the permeability of the back of the building, and the permeability
Are you
isn't the
suggesting
word.
that as a friendly amendment? Because I think that's quite a good point.
Permeability of the back of the building?
Oh, absolutely.
I think there's a better way of saying that, but I can't think of it.
I think it's quite perfect, actually.
Okay.
Well, if we were really going to do a restoration, probably the least conjectural approach would be to seal off those holes completely and put up new siding and put a porch below that was built differently than the front porch, so we knew it was new, but did what these maps do proportionally.
But I think that's so
That
far
would be,
out of what we're talking
I know.
about.
I'm just saying that
That
if
these
you
people might
just
have a heart
say
attack.
that you want it to become more compatible and so forth, that would also be an option.
So, Commissioner, let's go back to your motion that you moved a couple of minutes ago, and let's see if
Which
we
I've
can work
forgotten.
that up, which is to, I believe you wanted to continue the item
Right.
until a date in early October, which is 3 weeks away, which gives us enough time. The 7th of October. It'll be on shortly after we have the hedge one, I believe, won't it?
The same night.
Yes, the same night. And so that's part one. And part two of it, this is the guts of what we're asking them to do, it's your motion.
Is to create articulation in the back that retains the access through those openings and creates the
Permeable
A
access.
sense of permeability?
That's it.
Right, that's the motion. Is that seconded? I believe it was.
Yes, it is definitely seconded.
Excellent.
I'm
Pause
sorry,
on that.
could that be restated?
You're really asking a lot here at this time, aren't you?
Just the part about what is the goal of the articulation?
The goal of the articulation is to retain the historic dimensionality, if you will, of the rear facade.
And the permeability.
And the permeability.
Through the retention of doors.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
Those last few words there, I'm sorry.
And the permeability through the retention of the doors.
Well, I don't know that it has to be doors. I don't know what it is. I wasn't that specific, but
right. Well,
Well,
she added that.
I added it, but we've gone through this a lot, and I think because fortunately the owners have been sitting here listening to us say this for so many, they know how we feel about, having a potential balcony put back. And the opportunity for a continuance is going to hopefully facilitate more, discovery about whether or not something like that is even feasible. And when you come back, we're going to know. It's not like we're sitting here trying to find words for something they can't figure out. But I just wanted to clarify something because I wanted to clarify this personally for the record. You were pointing out earlier that you were feeling that the proposal does not meet the Secretary of Interior standards. Basically, as you were pointing out to Commissioner Perry, that was your point. I just wanted to clarify that because, Chair, you've said that it did, but there was opinions that it did not, and I also felt it does not.
this does.
Well,
sort of,
She was-
yeah. I feel like there's things missing. Basically, we haven't removed historic materials because they were already removed, and that was already a replacement. But now we've removed the evidence of the historic materials.
Mr. Traeger, can you work with the motion? Does that give you enough direction?
It does. I would like to clarify by permeability, we mean visual permeability and not access, correct?
I mean access.
Well, access would be difficult. In the absence of a deck, it'd be difficult to have access.
I didn't necessarily mean access because I was trying to find this.
I don't necessarily mean
balance.
access because I want it to be flexible. It has to be big to be.
The other word that might be helpful is articulation of the back, because
that's the word I keep using.
Well, but I mean, that's an understandable word because it implies something big enough to make a difference. If someone slaps on something that's 3 inches thick, the back is not articulated. It has to be big enough for it to read as making a difference in the shape of the back.
So you'd like to add the notion of articulation to the permeability thing?
Well, if it's acceptable.
Is that a friendly amendment that's acceptable? Does anyone else want to comment on this before we put the motion?
I'm just going to say it's close, but I think I'm going to vote against the motion.
Okay. All right. Anyone else want to say something, and then we'll call the roll. Do you understand the motion, Mr. Traeger? Have you got that noted?
I do, and we have noted it.
Excellent. Would you like to call the roll, please, on the motion?
Certainly. Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Newbold?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
No.
And Chair McKinnon?
Yes. So that means that this is continued for 3 weeks until October the 7th, and you will have to have a discussion and work with the staff members of the ARB to craft some sort of response, and it'll come back to us. So I guess both applicant and appellant have the work ahead of them in looking at this. Thank you very much.
If I may raise a question. Mm-hmm. Perhaps I overlooked it or misunderstood the staff report. I did not understand that the staff report's recommendation related to what we're seeing here on the screen this evening, and if there was a misstep in the communication, I just want to make sure that gets attention so that in the future there's less confusion.
Commissioner Kennedy.
I just wanted to concur because it was information that was brought to us for our meeting this evening.
All right. So I'm sure you'll take that on board, Mr. Traeger. Thank you very much. So that's item 8B finished. We now move to item 9, written communications. Are there any? No. Future commission items, item 10. Public input. Do we have anyone who would like to speak? No. Interesting. Item 12, we are adjourned. Thank you, and see you in 3 weeks.